ladies and gentlemen. I'll just bring up my notes here. 1 second. Okay, I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 election. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 4th of August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I'd like to start by also acknowledging that we're on traditional Aboriginal land, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. And thank members and senators for joining us here in Melbourne today, and thank you to our community members for coming today. This is the first public hearing we're holding, and hearing directly from members of the community. You all play a very important role in our democracy. We're all very proud of our democracy here on this side of the table, and I'm sure you are too. And there's very good reason why we have one of the most stable democracies on earth. It's because of our high participation and respected political practices. However, we've received evidence, and it's been well reported, that there was something a little bit different about 2025. So that's why we want to come and hear directly from electoral participants, community members, volunteers, voters, to get their views and experiences on the public record, so that this committee can consider what, if any, reforms we should recommend to the Special Minister of State and to the government. So thank you for taking your time on what is a much colder Melbourne than I would have envisaged before I got here. We'll now proceed to this morning's community session. Participants in the session have been invited to give a 5-minute statement to the committee. I'll invite participants to come to the table one at a time to give their statement, and should you wish, I'd ask that participants remain at the table to briefly answer any questions from the committee before we proceed to the next witness. Total time per participant about 10 minutes. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard, and importantly, it attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now call our first witness. I now welcome, let me just bring up my list here, Arkin Daniel Reid to give a brief statement, and then we might ask some questions.
I will rape you to death. You will be dead soon. I will kill you in brutal way. This will be very painful. I will burn you alive with gasoline. I know where you live and when you go outside. I will wait for you. I will destroy your ugly face with a knife. You are dead. An email sent to my mum's office. To the committee, my question for you today, was this ever normal? Because as the son of former community independent Zoe Daniel, I can tell you that aggression, intimidation and abuse followed us everywhere. It became so familiar that my mum, myself, dad and 17-year-old younger sister had to become desensitised to the violent rhetoric and abuse we received. These experiences were normal at the 2025 federal election, and I felt powerless. On a 300-metre walk to get a haircut, a passerby commented on my Zoe Daniel campaign shirt, muttering, "Effing slut." I turned my head in disbelief. The man had already walked off, as if it was normal. After a few hours at Brighton pre-poll, I left to return to my car. On my way, I walked past a middle-aged man. We each exchanged a smile, until, once he was behind me, he so very bravely stated, "Your mum is a bitch," as if it was normal. One day, in the very midst of the campaign, I was driving my car dressed in Zoe campaign stickers along the Nepean Highway. I was then tailgated and high-beamed all the way down Hampton Street. I changed lanes and tried to distance myself, but was met with the same driver laughing and pointing at me in my rear-view mirror, as if it was normal. After attending a campaign event with Mum, we were walking to the car when I noticed two people following us. I whispered to Mum, "Do you know them?" She laughed, explaining to me that they were AFP officers protecting her in the lead up to the election because of violent threats she was receiving. This was normal for my family. It was everyday life. After she was followed, abused, threatened and spat on, the straw that broke the camel's back for me was the doxing of our family car. Someone took a photo of our car inside the locked electorate office car park with the number plate left unblurred, posting it to a Facebook page. My sister is often driven to school in that very car and had become a target of some sort. As a result, Mum reported it to the AFP to be investigated, an unsettlingly common occurrence for her during the election. The standard you walk past is the standard you accept, and the standard of the 2025 federal election was not of a level I'm willing to accept. There was no condemnation of the doxing of our car, rather a statement from the Liberal Party on behalf of Tim Wilson for my mum to, quote, "apologise for using this very serious issue for political gain." With no public condemnation, this standard was normalised, and the suggestion that it was, quote, "categorically false" emboldened perpetrators to continue. If we allow what happened to my mum in Goldstein to become the norm, then there is no question that candidates and their families across Australia will see their safety and security threatened. Or they simply won't run because it's all too much. Candidates and their families should not have to be mentally and physically bulletproof to put themselves forward in elections. Candidates like Tim Wilson have a responsibility to be active bystanders. When they see or hear bullying or threatening behaviour in their supporter base, they must denounce it. When such conduct occurs, the candidate must be the one to uphold the values of respect, dignity and courtesy for the entire supporter group. Values that sadly went missing in Goldstein at the 2025 federal election. My mum was failed by those who were complicit in allowing mum's and my family's safety to be compromised. I recommend that the committee consider a mandatory candidate code of conduct. Implemented in some local council elections, it would outline the responsibilities of candidates in promoting a safe environment for everyone. The code must include provisions condemning hate speech, violent rhetoric and disinformation by candidates, their team and supporters. Committee members, my mum didn't want me to speak today, but I couldn't stay silent about this. This is about more than my family or your families. It's about the future elections and the fundamental human right to participate safely in the democratic process. Thank you.
Wow, Mr. Reid, thank you very much for that powerful evidence. What you've just described as, is my worst nightmare as a parent in this role, and I think what you've outlined is completely unacceptable behaviour. We've heard evidence of recommendations for code of conducts. You're specifically calling for one for candidates. What would you propose, or what thoughts have you had about enforceability of these code of conducts in terms of, if they are signed or do become a feature of the process, how would they be enforced, and what penalties would apply if candidates or volunteers or supporters were to breach them?
Well, I think that the point of the code of conduct isn't the penalties that come with it. I think the way I was thinking about it is just that the expectation is on paper, that it's not just a moral responsibility of the candidate to, get up and say, yeah, this was horrible. I want there to be written stuff on paper that when candidates go to the AEC and give their that form that
when they lodge their nomination.
Lodge their nomination, there should be a form that mandates them to have these moral responsibilities that currently aren't written on paper.
And some of the abuse that you've outlined in your evidence today, was that perpetrated by random members of the public, or you were able to specifically identify them as supporters of the Liberal candidate?
When I was leaving back to my car after Brighton pre-poll, that was someone in a Tim Wilson t-shirt.
So they're wearing t-shirts. Okay.
Some of the others, I mean, I can assume potentially, but yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm wary of time, so we'll.
Can I just have a quick follow-up on that? Thank you so much. It was really brave of you to come here today, and that was really alarming what you've told us. I'm really sorry for what you and your family have had to go through. The issue of a code of conduct, I think one of the challenges that we sometimes see is, are you a volunteer? Are you connected to a particular other candidate, or is it just a random member of the community? Do you have any ideas about how we differentiate that so that we can look to how we deal with both of those groups? Because there is a broader community thing, but the more that candidates allow their volunteers to behave like that, the more it makes it okay for everybody else to join in.
Well, I think in this case, for the doxing specifically, whether that's from a supporter, a work colleague of Tim Wilson, I think there should have been a mandate for him to come out and say, look, this wasn't okay, rather than asking my mum to apologise for making it up, essentially. And I think that's an example of where it's actually not an issue of differentiating between supporters. The bottom line is that it's not okay. So to come out and say, I condemn this completely, whether it was part of my team or not, is, I think, the lowest expectation, and that wasn't met.
So reinforcing the sort of social norms, as it were.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Send my regards to you, Mum.
Thanks, Aki. Do you have any other ideas about how we can keep volunteers safe from any volunteer who's involved in the political process? Because I think it's an issue for people from parties, obviously people who represent independents, but also people from parties as well. I think we've heard from lots of individuals in the last few weeks that volunteers are less likely to be involved in future campaigns because of their experiences in 2025. Do you have any other thoughts about that?
I think it starts with the top. So candidates, parties, third parties, the use of really inflammatory and divisive politics, bad faith politics, used for political gain, it's always going to end badly. And Australia is moving towards a more divisive political environment. And we've seen what's happened in the United States. Charlie Kirk assassinated. And people may think, well, that's super extreme, but it starts with me walking down the street and getting told some of the stuff I was told. And when you allow that to continue, it will just continue to erode and erode and erode until something unimaginable happens. So I think we have a responsibility, you have a responsibility as members of Parliament and senators to ensure that inflammatory political commentary isn't used for political gain. Otherwise, we'll continue to see Australia's democracy become more divided and subjective than ever.
Mr. Burnell?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Reid. You are an impressive young man, and your mother would be extremely proud of you. I think should put on the record that your mother was a very well-respected colleague of ours in Canberra and made significant contributions to our democratic discourse. So, all the best to her in the future. But to you, I'm interested to understand. And I'm making an assumption here, so I might be made to look like an arse here, but I assume that you participated on the 2022 campaign with your mother. I would be keen to get your take on what 22 experience was compared to the 25 experience and how much more aggressive the 25 experience was.
I think it was you can't even compare the two. The 2022 election, whilst it had its moments, was nothing compared to this year. I think the presence of third parties at polling booths was scary at times. I mean, it was evasive, and people walking to vote were mobbed. And even the process in getting your spot at a pre-poll booth for the volunteers, we had to rock up super early in the morning to put our marquee up. And it's like the passion around it was edging on too much. And I think there was, in Goldstein particularly, it might be hard to sort of understand in different electorates, but in Goldstein particularly, it was a really big thing and super divisive, and it just felt like it had a lot more hate and anger intertwined through this election than 2022.
Just expanding on that, so I'm sorry, Chair.
No, you're right.
You talked about third-party involvement, so I'd be keen to get an indication as to whether you were able to identify what third parties were involved, but also paint a picture about. So, my electorate is Spence, northern suburbs of Adelaide. It's very, I would consider, gentlemanly. There's a fairly good jovial spirit on the pre-poll and polling booths. It's a fairly orderly affair. I'm not sure what Goldstone was like, but I did see footage across the country, and I think it'd be advantageous to get on the record what pre-poll or polling day looked like for you.
So we had neo-Nazis rock up to Brighton pre-poll. Driving down the Nepean Highway, there was third-party smear attacks on my mum. At the polling booths, Repeal the Teals, Advance, Better Australia. I mean, we had a lot of people, and I think some of the others are going to go into depth about the third parties, but it was an issue, and it did contribute to the toxic nature in which the 2025 election was held.
Thank you.
Just one final question for me, Mr. Reid. After what you've been through in 22 and 25, how likely are you to participate in the electoral process again? Like, not necessarily. Please don't read this into whether or not your mum's going to run again, but in terms of you as a potential volunteer or someone engaged in politics, how has 2025 had an impact on you participating in future?
Not at all. I'm not going to be intimidated by anyone in this country or in the world, and I'll continue to fight for my mum, and I'll continue to fight for what I think is right. So I'll just put on the record that it didn't work.
Well done.
No, it didn't. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate your time. Sue Barrett is next on my list. Thanks, Sue. Could I just get you for the Hansard record, please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Sue Barrett and I'm representing hundreds of Team Zoe volunteers from the 2025 federal election in Goldstein. I've lived in Goldstein for 40 years. For most of my life, voting was benign, even pleasant. That changed dramatically when systemic intimidation, threats, doxing and harassment became the defining feature of our electoral process. This didn't begin in 2025, it began in early 2022 when our grassroots movement threatened the political establishment. In April 2022, front-page newspaper articles falsely accused our campaign team of anti-Semitism. The result, death threats, messages calling us Nazis, physical intimidation at street meets, swastikas on our signs, dog faeces in supporters' letterboxes. By late April, I requested Australian Federal Police and Victoria Police protection for a family-friendly campaign event expecting 200 people, including children. The AFP and Victoria Police told us that they had never seen this level of threat and harassment in any Australian election. That was 2022. Then came 2025, exponentially worse. Advance Australia, Repeal the Teal and other proxy groups spent $1.58 million on attack advertising in Goldstein alone, more than any other electorate in Australia. When the AFP briefed our staff in 2025, they repeated with greater alarm that they had never seen harassment like Goldstein. They warned staff to park away from the office, not wear campaign T-shirts and move in groups of 3 or 4 for personal safety. One young woman said, "I was spat at. Someone screamed I was a Nazi. I went home and cried. I'm 23 and I just wanted to help my community." At Cheltenham pre-poll on the 26th of April, violent threats were made against the sitting member. When challenged, perpetrators turned on young female volunteers from other campaigns, abusing them until one fled in distress. The AEC issued a warning. The response? Contemptuous laughter from Liberal Party volunteers. One of our volunteers wrote, "I've had people inches from my face screaming I'm an anti-Semite, being followed to my car, and the worst part, nothing happened. They learned they could get away without consequence." We created the Sunshine Squad, volunteers ensuring safety at pre-poll and polling booths. In Australia, in 2025, we needed a security squad to protect our democratic participation. The systemic failures. Volunteers from various proxy groups supporting the Liberal candidate switched identifying materials at polling booths to evade AEC accountability while maintaining intimidatory presence. Multiple proxy groups coordinated, flooding our electorate with attack advertising, loudspeaker disruption, coordinated group intimidation, doxing and improper use of sensitive voter data to make calls on behalf of the Liberal Party. Days before the election, the Victorian Catholic Education Authority sent misleading letters to parents in Goldstein about school funding. The Age noted its Chief of Staff previously worked as Chief of Staff to the Liberal candidate. Inadequate enforcement created a permissive environment when even neo-Nazis participated in this intimidation. So what does this mean? Goldstein was a laboratory. Tactics tested in 2022, refined in 2023 and fully deployed in 2025 worked. Our member lost by just 175 votes. Even during the recount, our scrutineers faced ongoing intimidation. The playbook is written. Without reform, what happened in Goldstein will spread to every marginal seat across Australia. So we have 5 requests for reform. First, ban third-party proxies at polling booths with criminal penalties. Second, mandatory real-time funding disclosure, because when $1.58 million attacks one candidate, voters deserve to know who's paying while voting, not 6 months later. Third, truth in political advertising laws with independent oversight and real penalties. Fourth, exclusive AEC control of postal votes, because statistical anomalies warrant serious investigation. And fifth, new anti-intimidation offences for emergency AEC enforcement powers, because when young women are spat at and driven from booths in tears, when volunteers need AFP security briefings and protection squads, and when requests to halt violent threats are met with contemptuous laughter and more intimidation, the current laws have catastrophically failed. My 40 years of benign voting have been replaced by an environment requiring police protection, security squads and AFP warnings. You can view this as isolated or recognise it as an existential threat to Australian democracy. We've provided the evidence, we've proposed the solutions, our volunteers have paid the price. What happened in Goldstein is a warning. What happens next is a choice. The question is whether the committee has the courage to act before this destructive playbook becomes normalised across Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Barrett. You mentioned that your scrutineers were intimidated as part of the recount process. Could you please expand on that a little bit more? Was that, what I'm trying to see, was that inside the booth as you were scrutineering? Was it outside? Was it on the way in? Could you just please unpack that for me?
I wasn't there personally. This is through information that has been gathered and also provided in one of our submissions as well.
Okay.
But there is also information that had been promoted onto social media and other areas that had identified that there was a plan and attempt and action to intimidate our scrutineers. There'll be other people that can speak about that.
Okay,
yes.
Great, thank you. In regards to, you mentioned penalties for, I guess, misbehaviour or poor behaviour that you've outlined. I'd like to understand who you feel should be responsible for enforcing some of these rules. The AEC have given us pretty strong evidence, I'm going to say, that they don't want to be the regulator and the arbiter, so to speak. So who's best placed? But I think we also think, ratcheting it up straight to the police is probably a step too far. So who should be responsible for identifying behaviour and then undertaking measures to stop that happening?
Okay, it's very tricky. I mean, even when the neo-Nazis turned up at pre-poll, the police were called and they were there. But what they didn't want to do was escalate it even further so that the neo-Nazis could use this as propaganda to prop up their arguments. So we have a very difficult situation. I think if we ban all third-party groups from even being anywhere near polling booths, that would actually help a lot of this issue that we're talking about here. So they're not even there to actually inflame the situation or carry out their intimidatory tactics towards us. That would actually remove a lot of the trouble that we have experienced, particularly at pre-poll and polling booths. So I'm not a legal person. It's very hard, but the principles and behaviour and, quite frankly, the level of moral disengagement that has been deployed by these proxy groups and there is an association with the Liberal Party has been deplorable. It is utterly contemptible.
Yep, that's certainly, I had similar experiences in Badalong and share the same concerns as you, that this behaviour becomes normalised. One last question from me. Just your experience, or perhaps for others when they come up to give evidence. The AEC have a pretty strict 6 metre rule. They're responsible for everything within that, and that's by the evidence we've received so far. They don't really go outside the 6 metres. Was that the case down here in Goldstein? And would you recommend that rule be reviewed for future elections?
I think it should be reviewed. Some of my colleagues who will speak later will talk specifically about that, but we do know that that rule was flouted, not by us, but by others.
Sure.
And I think there needs to be very clear lines, literally, to actually help manage that. One of the problems with the loudspeaker work, and that's when the AEC did come out, is that you could actually hear it inside the voting booths itself. So the sound travelled, so they came out for that. But the problem is that we understand the AEC are not the AFP, right? They're not carrying guns and sorting out people, you know, literally from a violence perspective. But we experienced not just, you know, the moral injury, but we also experienced physical intimidation. We were being spat at. We were having people bump into us, literally screaming in our faces like this. That is not normal behaviour. It should not be condoned, and it should not be normalised. This is completely unacceptable. And the people we needed to have, I mean, I led the Voice campaign in 2023, and this is where we could see the warm-up event actually happening. And my number one priority for Goldstein when I led that was safety first. You could never do anything alone, because we knew the physical threats and verbal threats coming our way, which they did, were real. And then this just escalated in 2025. That's why I gave you the warm-up, because this isn't just, it happened in 2025, it started in 2022, for Goldstein at least. And it was an experimental laboratory for these proxy groups and others to see how far they could get away with the bad, terrible, destructive, violent behaviour that we experienced.
Thanks for your evidence. Senator Grogan?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today and for sharing your experiences. I couldn't agree with you more. It's a disgraceful way for our society to be heading. We have had a range of conversations with the AEC in terms of where their role begins and ends. And one of the challenges I think that they face is a lot of the people who are there on the booths working are there employed by the AEC for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. And so to turn them into enforcement humans at the same time is I can't see how that's going to work. So we need to find another way. Do you have any other ideas? I think there's no silver bullet here, right? As you say, we've seen it lift from 2022. Certainly we saw some hideous experiences at the referendum. And the result of the referendum almost sort of said, oh, societal bounds on being civil are now, you know, gloves are off. How do we pull that back? And what do you have any other suggestions about how we would ensure, apart from just the third party, you know, not having any third parties there, the management of those booths to keep our volunteers safe and our society as we would like it?
Yeah, well, this is, as I mentioned in the opening statement, you know, for the last 40 years voting in Goldstein is just you walk up, put your vote in and off you go, and it was, you know, it was no big issue. But it has fundamentally changed, particularly in particular areas where the establishment has been challenged, and certain people don't like that. And they're very vocal, but they're not the majority. No. They're the minority. And I think, as I said, it doesn't matter what third party you are, if they're not allowed to be anywhere near polling booths at all, that they just cannot be there, that will lower the temperature incredibly and I think restore and create a more stable environment for us. We can't expect AEC people. They're not, you know, they're not security officers. So it is a very vexed question. However, I think that we also need to, there's an old German saying, you sweep the staircase from the top. We need leadership on this. We need leadership, every MP, every senator, you know, state and then state and also local. We need to actually reset how we actually do politics and how we do democracy in this country. And if we raise levels of education, civic education about what's acceptable and what's not. In Goldstein, for Team Zoe, we have our standards of behaviour and conduct. We encourage and we train and we develop people to be able to live by those. And so it is a standard operating procedure for us. Why can't it be for other parties? Why can't it be for other groups that they actually have these standards for their volunteers? So I agree with Archie. We need a code of conduct and standards, and then how we police that, that's the tricky bit. But if everyone knows what it is, then the majority can police it. The group can police it. And when people feel comfortable and confident to say, that's not acceptable, we all need to stand up as a democracy and as citizens. This is not acceptable. What happened is not acceptable. I'm pretty tough and strong, but I've been, and as Archie said, will I keep turning up? Absolutely, because I will not let these people win. They cannot take over and bully us and intimidate us and tyrannise us. We will not stand for it. So we as a society have to stand up and actually hold them to account and make them realise this is not on.
Thank you. Just really quickly, one of my particular focal points is truth in political advertising.
Yes.
We heard a lot of evidence in the last term on this committee about how we might go about something like that. Do you have any ideas about how to bring in truth in political advertising in a manner that would assist?
Well, there are examples around the world. You just have to go to Germany. Why don't we just follow that? Because they have truth in political advertising. They do not allow these sorts of things to actually be sent out. So I think it's really important. There are precedents around the world. And South Australia. Apologies, Senator Grogan. And South Australia. But we have examples.
We've had our laws since the 80s.
Yes. So this is really important that we actually make this, a nationwide mandate. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Dr. Ryan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more information, Ms Barrett, on the reference you made to the integrity of the postal voting process.
Well, there. One moment, I need to resort to my notes. In terms of postal voting, and you look at the distribution at the actual polling and then the postal voting, there's quite a significant anomaly. And our concern is that postal votes are being sent out via parties, and then I have no idea what happens to that, but I'm concerned about the integrity of postal votes, not just me, but we're concerned about the integrity of postal votes. That's why we are recommending that the AEC be in total control of that. And then if anything is sent out to people, that all of the how to vote cards or whatever they might be from whoever is standing in that seat actually are included, so that the people receiving postal votes are actually able to make a fair assessment and not just be, put one particular group inside postal votes. So it's just really important. We're worrying about the integrity of that.
So just to clarify, so your suggestion would be that the postal vote applications aren't returned to political parties for processing and forwarding?
Not sent out or returned to political. It goes via the AEC only. And that there's real issues that we're seeing for the integrity of that. Now, we don't have the authority or the power or the time or the ability to be able to go and scrutinise that at depth, but I think if we stop it from happening in the future, then I think the integrity of postal voting would be more comforting for the rest of us who understand that we want to do democracy properly.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I've only got a quick one. I just around polling booths and predominantly pre-poll. Do you think that having restrictions on the quantity of campaign material would greatly assist in de-escalating some of the conflict and nefarious intent that happens on polling days?
Well, this is the challenge in terms of. Well, in principle, yes, because it becomes kind of a gauntlet that people have to walk down. However, if I speak on the behalf of community independence, we don't have the money or the firepower to be able to do the advertising that the big parties do. So we need to have some form of visibility at polling booths pre-poll to be able to make sure people are aware that we have a candidate. So there's a real mix of how do you make that work, but yes.
If I put it to you, though, that if we were to restrict each candidate to 2 call flutes per se per entrance point, then everyone would be on a level playing field in the polling booth location. Outside of that, it's essentially up to each candidate to ensure that they run a campaign that elevates their profile to a level that they are recognisable at the polling booth, essentially, of which we're all individually responsible for doing so. But specifically around behavioural traits that are exacerbated at polling booths, and I think from my observations, predominantly during pre-poll process, if there was a limitation on booth material, in your view, would that help to de-escalate some of the scenarios that we've seen play out on the TVs?
Some of my colleagues will talk to that in more depth. I just think that we need something that's reasonable. 2 might be too little, but when you've got 32, for each, that's a bit much. Okay. So what is the reasonable thing that people can actually, have visibility? Because capturing visibility, capturing, share of mind is incredibly important, as you well know. And that's why when you've got groups, individual or independent candidates like we have and had, we are at a disadvantage when the big, parties actually have much more firepower. But how can we level the playing field to make it fair? And fair and transparent and honourable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Ms Campbell, you're online. Sorry for not coming to you for the first witness. Did you have any questions?
Just one from me, thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for giving evidence before the committee today. I was just going to ask, you talked about a number of third parties, including the neo-Nazis being present on the booze and the campaign that you were working on. I was wondering whether you detected or saw or heard or had any evidence of coordination between the parties, those third parties.
Yeah. Some of my colleagues who will speak later will go into more depth. However, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we were able to identify and see that certain proxy groups were also, when they had their certain T-shirt on, would then switch out and change into a Liberal Party T-shirt. So if you want to call that a coordinated effort, I would say that's evidence of that.
Mm-hmm. And which groups in particular did you see in that, as you say, coordinated effort?
The one that I can directly reference, and my colleagues speaking later can give you more information, was Repeal the Teal and the Liberal Party switching out T-shirts. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just a final question from me, Ms Barrett. You mentioned in your postal votes that, I just want to clarify, do you think for those who register through the AEC, do you feel that when the AEC sends out the ballot paper, is it your recommendation that they also send out how to votes or material for each candidate at the time that they send out the ballot paper? Is that what you're recommending?
Well, some of my colleagues will speak in more depth about that. Yep. Our concern, a number one concern, is that the AEC should be the only ones in charge of sending out and receiving postal vote information and votes. Yep. That's it. I'll have my colleagues will speak more to perhaps some of the things we can talk to. But at bare minimum, the AEC are the only ones that manage that.
Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 28th of November. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Professor Steve Selig. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Stephen Selig, a volunteer for the independent candidate for Goldstein at the 2025 election.
Thank you, Professor Selig. I now invite you to deliver your 5 minutes. Sorry?
Steve.
Thanks, Steve-O. I now invite you to deliver your 5-minute statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. My name is Steve and I'm 73 and I've lived all of my life in Goldstein. I was a volunteer for the independent candidate for Goldstein for both the 2022 and 2025 federal elections. Until 2022, I rarely felt that my vote counted in terms of having an MP who would represent my views and that of my family. I was overjoyed when I had the opportunity to vote for the independent candidate for Goldstein for the 2022 election, and I decided to volunteer for that campaign. As a volunteer, I was primarily a door knocker, which made up more than 90% of my volunteering for both elections. In 2022, after starting to door knock very nervously but supported by a very experienced volunteer, I came to love door knocking because I got to meet with and listen to voters from all persuasions, and mostly these conversations were friendly and respectful, even including voters who supported the Liberal candidate and sitting MP. In 2025, I door knocked 6 to 7 days per week and knocked on about 2,500 properties. With a 40% response rate, this meant that I've personally talked to about 1,000 voters, which means that I have a significant sample size on which to draw on. In 2025, the tone of the campaign run by our opponent and his supporters and volunteers changed dramatically for the worse. Whilst in 2022, the Liberal candidate thought that he would coast to victory without doing too much campaigning, this time he ran a campaign targeted directly at our candidate and dominated by lies, personal attacks and intimidation of our candidate and our volunteers. The Liberal candidate knew, and I assume tacitly approved, of some disgusting behaviour on the part of some of his volunteers and single-issue proxy groups, especially Repeal the Teal. In contrast, we signed up to a code of good conduct, and one of the proudest aspects of our campaign is that about 1,500 volunteers never wavered from behaving respectfully to all voters, no matter who these voters were supporting. I am Jewish, and so I felt the full fury and wrath of Jewish voters stirred up by the Liberal candidate, particularly those living in the north of the electorate. He weaponised to his advantage the issues of anti-Semitism, the war in Gaza, the state of Israel and the actions of the Israeli government and Hamas. The Liberal candidate needed to win almost all of the Jewish vote to win the election. He managed to conflate these issues so effectively as to portray our candidate as an anti-Semite in the eyes of many or most Jewish voters. The independent candidate has justifiably been at times critical of the Israeli government, but this in no way makes her an anti-Semite. This was a lie, but it won him the election. I had a particularly nasty experience with a Liberal volunteer. I knocked on a door framed by a mezuzah in Caulfield South, and the man who was Jewish answered the door wearing a Liberal volunteer T-shirt. I was wearing my independent T-shirt. I said to him, even though we are on opposing sides of the election, we can still be friendly, and I reached out my hand to offer a handshake. This was met with the man screaming abuse and profanities at my candidate and me, and with threats to me to get off the property immediately. I felt rattled and depressed by this experience. This was just one example of many similar experiences. I felt equally rattled at pre-polling, particularly at St Stephen's Church in Brighton, where Repeal the Teal were behaving disgracefully. Early in the campaign, I attended the In One Voice festival in Elsternwick that showcases Jewish culture. For 2 hours, I experienced the anger of members of the Jewish community who stared at me or abused me for even being there in my campaign T-shirt. There were 3 exceptions to this. 3 people who declared support for the Liberal candidate, but were open to having respectful discussions one-on-one with me, and these 3 people helped to sustain me in what was otherwise a very unpleasant experience. I got quite emotional with one of them as we discovered that we were both descendants of Holocaust victims and survivors. The independent candidate bravely attended this festival. One of the most despicable strategies employed by the Liberal candidate in 2025 was to turn Jew against Jew, and Jew against anyone who wasn't going to vote for him. I was yelled at, lectured to, and emotionally, even physically intimidated by Jewish voters who almost to a T declared that I should be ashamed of myself as a Jew supporting the independent candidate. Coming to my 3 recommendations. Firstly, any individual group or group of individuals who is not representing a candidate for the election should be banned from campaigning at or near polling booths, including approaching voters and or trying to distribute printed materials. Repeal the Teal operated as a proxy, undeclared and aggressive arm of the Liberal campaign, and the candidate did nothing to stop this. 2. Truth in political advertising is badly needed and overdue to protect the integrity of future elections. Many of the billboards displayed along the Pean Highway between Brighton and Moorabbin were based on lies and were disgusting to our candidate. 3, and final, volunteers should be able to campaign without fear of actual intimidation. Many of our volunteers felt too traumatised to continue to participate fully in the campaign. That certainly was my experience in the north of the electorate, where I had to stop campaigning. Of course, this applies to candidates too. Our candidate was frequently subjected to disgusting abuse and intimidation, and at times she felt very unsafe. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for your evidence and for all your hard work in participating in our democracy. I just wanted to ask some questions on that last point in regards to volunteers getting to a point where they no longer wanted to participate. Could you sort of, and you made that decision as well, and which must have been a very difficult one to make, could you sort of outline the process to which you came to that decision, or to which other volunteers did? Was it sort of towards the back end of a 2-week pre-poll? Did you just sort of have enough of the intimidation on the booth? Talk me through it.
So in 2022, I did a lot of door knocking, not as much as this time.
You did a lot. Very impressive door knocking, I've got to say.
I did a lot.
It's good.
My family asked me if I still live there, so...
Yeah, right, okay. It's good for the steps, isn't it? Yeah.
So in 2022, I did a lot of door knocking. I was still feeling good enough to do pre-polling, and the pre-polling wasn't as angry and horrible. And I did pre-polling for about 40 hours. This time, I got to about 10 hours of pre-polling, and I could no longer do any more.
Why was that?
I was broken down.
Yeah.
And I was, some of the people...
Sorry, mate.
I was broken.
Yep.
That happened in the north of the electorate.
And how many how many pre-poll booths were there in Goldstein?
3.
3. Okay.
I think it was 3 in...
Yeah. 3. I mean, we can look that up. Yeah.
I did about 10 hours altogether in Hampton and Brighton. Brighton was the worst. It was toxic.
Did you volunteer on election day?
Yeah. I was scheduled to be at the polling station, which was the most toxic for the Jewish vote. I'm not saying the Jews were toxic. The situation was toxic because of me and a few of my fellow Jews in the campaign. I couldn't do it. I had to contact one of our key members, leaders, to say I just mentally couldn't do it. So I went to a very soft polling booth and I did about 8 hours there.
Yeah. Final question from me. Short of banning participation on polling booths, which I think may run into constitutional issues with the implied right of political freedom of expression, what steps do you feel could be taken by the AEC or a third-party body to remove the heat that obviously you experienced and so many experienced across the country? Is it the amount of people? Is it the content of what was said? Is it the behaviour being reported but not dealt with? Like, what would have taken the heat out of pre-poll in your advice?
I don't think in our electorate there was enough public shaming during the election of the people who should have been publicly shamed. So one of the things, we've all signed up to Hansard today, and one of the things that I'd like to see is that the evidence that we give, whether it be refuted or not refuted, but we're giving evidence that's, we feel is truthful, that is in the public domain, and that it's, and I think Sue talked about instant updates of, money and so on, but instant updates of bad behaviour in the public domain would help a lot. So I don't think there was enough public shaming of these people. They felt like. So one of the things that really got to me was that a lot of the Jewish people in the north part of the electorate felt entitled enough to behave disgracefully and still wanted everyone to love them unconditionally and still wanted everyone to take 100% sides with them, but they felt entitled enough to behave disgracefully. And I never got that, because that's not the Australia that I want.
Thanks,
so I think public shaming.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today, and I'm really sorry for the experience you had. Like you, I don't think that's the Australia that we know and love and wish to see flourish. On that role of public shaming, obviously public shaming, there might be some issues with that. But what about a structural? Have you thought in any way about a structural way of making sure that those behaviours are able to identify? And I don't know about here, maybe you could enlighten me, but in other places where it was difficult to identify who that person was. They might have been wearing a shirt that said whatever it said, that aligned them with a third party or with a political candidate, but names weren't necessarily known. If somebody said something or did something, they'd sort of disappear off a booth and go, oh no, I don't know who that was, or they weren't with us. So there's that piece which we've heard a little bit about, and certainly we experienced in South Australia. Do you have a sense of how you might be able to structurally hold people to account if they're standing on a booth?
So, yeah, I've thought about this a bit, and I think when you pull the shirt on or pull the cap on, you have a duty of care at that time not to be attacking people with other shirts and other caps on.
But how do we hold them to account?
I'd like to see more people in uniform in some, not all, but St Stephen's Church in Brighton has now got a bad enough record from 2022 and 2025. It was pretty bad in 2022, but it was so much worse this time. I'm talking more pre-polling. I wasn't there on polling day. And the other problem is there's 3 pre-polling stations, and there's about 37 polling stations on polling day, yet 50% of the people have already voted in 3 polling stations. So it turns the heat up so much. So if they're going to do 50, 60% of people pre-polling, then we need 7 or 8 pre-polling booths and 20 polling booths on polling day. So it's completely out of balance, and that's turned the heat up a lot, particularly in our electorate.
Thank you. Yeah, no,
That's where I was kind of
Yeah.
going as well. It's kind of pre-poll funnels people in, and there's
Anger.
Yeah, it goes up, particularly in day 11 of a 2-week pre-poll. Yep. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. I'm sorry you had such a terribly difficult time with this campaign. I think we all agree that the intrusion of religion into our political process in this country is to the process's detriment. How do we get it out again? I mean, obviously this year was in some ways a little bit unique in terms of the tensions and the distress that many separate communities were experiencing. But that's not going to, we're going to have similar sorts of things in the future again. Do you have any thoughts about how we do that? Because, obviously Goldstein was a particularly problematic example, but that was an issue in many electorates around the country.
Yes, I've thought about that too. And as you said, Monique, there was a concentration of, I think it's about 9% of the electorate, I think, something like that. So it's a big number. How do we get it out? Few of us were made to feel like we were anti-Semitic Jews. That's the feeling that we were. That happened so much. It wasn't just once. That's how we ended up. How do we do that? I think you have to turn back to the Jewish community itself, because they have to take some responsibility for some of the bad behaviour. I'd just like to see it. I've never seen any recognition or acknowledgement at all. They celebrated the win in Goldstein, the way it was done. They celebrated it, and I'm pretty distressed about that. But I'm sorry, I don't have. I think. I mean, what our candidate tried over and over again is to communicate with the Jewish community, but they had been successfully switched off, and the Liberal candidate did a wonderful job in portraying her as an anti-Semite.
Do you think the third-party engagement made that a bit more difficult to, made the issue of weaponisation of religious or cultural differences more challenging to deal with?
Yes. I mean, we went to the event in the Brighton Synagogue, for example, which was the candidates' debate, candidates' meeting / debate. It could have been civil. It ended up not being civil, and there were lots of T-shirts being handed out. I mean, I was sitting next to someone who was handing out T-shirts to anyone who would take a T-shirt, not our colour. Ended up being, ended up being proxy Liberal.
Proxy Liberal. So are you able to say which group?
Repeal the teal, and I think Advance. Better Australia. Yellow T-shirts were handed out right next to me. So the event became, the chairperson tried to say that this is a respectful debate, going to be a respectful debate, and then it disintegrated very quickly, and it wasn't. And there was ghastly billboard advertising on a truck outside.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Steve, I'm sorry to hear that your experience. As someone who's been actively involved in campaigns for the best part of 20 years, and fond memories of standing on polling booths with my father when I was, 5 and 6 years of age. That's no experience that anyone wants to go through. So I'm sorry to hear that, and I think fortunately for myself, I'm yet to experience that, and hope never do. Just around the enforcement of behavioural standards, I think the Chair alluded to this earlier, but I just wanted to get clarification that the AEC have indicated that they really need to just preeminently have oversight of the execution of the election and make sure that the integrity of the vote is maintained. Would you be supportive of a third-party body taking care of all jurisdictional issues outside of the 6 metre zone in the vicinity of polling booths to have a level of oversight and enforcement of behavioural standards during the election process, be it the 2-week pre-poll and polling day process?
In short answer, yes.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Ms Campbell?
Thank you very much for your evidence. No questions from me.
Okay, no questions. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate your time today. Sorry, was it? Okay, great. Steve, if you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 28th of November. I now call Jenny Chin and Tim Wade, who are appearing on behalf of Karen Rosenberg, who wrote a submission. Is that correct? That's the advice I've got. Okay. Oh, right, okay. Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Timothy Samuel Wade. We're representing a group of volunteers, the independent candidate for Kooyong.
Thank you.
Jenny Yan Lee Chin, one of the co-authors of the submission to the committee and also representing volunteers in the independent Kooyong campaign.
Thanks for your time today. I invite you to deliver a joint statement, and then we can ask some questions.
Okay. Chair, Senator, members of Parliament, thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our experiences in the recent election and to listen to our ideas to make Australian democracy stronger. We appreciate you coming to Kew. My colleagues and I are voices for a large group of Kooyong constituents. We're here today because we care about the state of our democracy. As volunteers during the campaign, we witnessed slurs, insults, harassment, hate speech, threats of violence. And we really fear that the 25 elections might have crossed a line from respectful competition of ideas to targeted aggression, intimidation and misinformation. A significant amount from multiple third parties rather than from the standing candidates and their campaigns. We know you've received submissions from all over the country voicing similar concerns. The 2025 environment undermined the principle that citizens should be able to exercise their political rights freely and without interference. It discouraged civil society, including participation. To address this untenable situation, we would like all candidates and campaigners to adopt a new AEC-designed code of conduct on acceptable behaviour during elections, with details on how bad behaviour would be addressed. Safety became an issue during pre-polling in Kooyong. Venues were unsuitable. In Kew, there was no room to accommodate the queuing voters and normal street traffic. There was excessive signage and overcrowding due to the popularity of early voting. There was no single authority to enforce existing rules about bad behaviour and safe areas for voters approaching polling booths. We need clear rules enforced by the AEC, limiting the amount, type and location of signage for candidates and other campaigns at polling booths. Where there is the demand, there should be an appropriate increase in the number of pre-polling centres. And to improve the AEC's ability to better plan ahead, to reduce costs associated with frequent elections, and to enhance the governing of our country, we're in favour of 4-year fixed terms. Confusion extended to those voting by post and those who rely on mobile voting teams at care facilities. Aged care residents did not always have access to the information they needed about how to vote, and in some situations were encouraged to vote for particular candidates by aged care staff. This is simply unacceptable and of particular concern given the vulnerability of this population. We recommend the AEC publish guidelines for mobile voting, covering roles and responsibilities, and also to re-examine the processes adopted for postal voting to stop data harvesting. Campaign transparency has been a core concern of our group. We recommend tightening the rules regarding the registration of smaller third parties and requiring basic information about all third-party campaigns to be publicly available and easily accessible. Additionally, we recommend the AEC create an icon to distinguish political parties and candidates from third parties. Truth in political advertising laws should also be reconsidered. We call attention to the involvement of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church in the Kooyong electorate and request a public inquiry into their activities during the 2025 election. We strongly urge the committee to ensure that the AEC, which is the key institution overcoming many of the challenges to our democracy, are adequately resourced. To shore up our democratic foundations, we recommend civics education for all, including digital literacy. Thank you again for your consideration of our submission. We welcome your questions.
Thank you. Okay. Just had a question about the Plymouth Brethren. Could you outline, I guess, some of the activities that you and your team witnessed of their involvement during the election campaign? when did it start? Where were they?
They were definitely at the start of pre-polling. I was there on the second day of pre-polling in Kew, and they were there. So yes, so they were prominent all the time throughout pre-polling. Within our submission, we have given many examples of their activities. Crowding around elderly voters, for example, is one of them. But within there are other examples of what they did. Yes, so they were active from the very start of pre-polling.
And were they supporting a particular candidate, just for the record?
They were wearing Liberal Party T-shirts, so far as we, yes.
And do you know, do you have any understanding why they turned up for the Liberal candidate in such numbers?
Apart from what is being reported in the media, various volunteers have had conversations with volunteers who said they were from the Brethren Church. Their entire families, siblings were volunteering. They didn't really know what was going on, but they were told to be there.
So they were directed?
They were directed.
They were directed
yes.
to be there.
And that's the concern.
Yep.
This is a group that has tax advantages. They're not supposed to be involved in political activities. This was an organised group. They came together. They talked together. They were wearing the same clothes.
And directed to be there.
And directed to be there, yeah.
And you saw that as a coordinated rollout, hand in glove with the Liberal candidate?
Well, they were wearing Liberal Party T-shirts, and we knew that these volunteers were different from the normal Liberal Party volunteers that we saw in 2022. So they were very young. A lot of them were very, very young, and they were there in quite extraordinary numbers.
And were you seeing the same people every day, like it was a consistent throughout the pre-poll period?
Maybe not every day, but
Yeah.
yes. People and you know, there are Liberal Party, Labor Party volunteers I see
Sure.
at my school, where I do my thing every election. This was a different group. They came in differently. They looked different.
Yep.
It was coordinated.
Okay. One last question from me. We've heard evidence, we've been asked to look at domestic and foreign interference into the election. And we've heard evidence so far from the AFP, the AEC and others that foreign interference is pretty easy to define. Domestic interference, a little bit more difficult because of Australian citizens are allowed to participate in the electoral process. Given your experience of third-party involvement in the 2025 election, would you define some of that behaviour that we've heard from yourselves, but also from others today, as interference in the election?
That's a really tough question. I'm also a citizen of the United States, which has a Bill of Rights, which is a very different legal system from this country. And I believe in the ability to participate in the political system. My concern was about confusion. So there's a behaviour thing, which can be party supporters and third parties, but there's also a confusion thing.
So would that disinformation, confusion, would you classify that as interference in the electoral process?
I don't know if I call it interference, but we need to give voters some visual cues here. They would walk up to Better Australia, Advance Australia people at pre-poll. They thought they were candidates or supporting a party. Which group are you? So I think there's two slightly different issues. One is about behaviour of everybody, and the third party people, we saw some really poor behaviour. But also it's about the confusion. Who are you from? What's your point? You know, one of the things that really frustrated me was the AC supervisor in Melbourne at pre-poll was wearing a yellow vest. It was really hard to tell the difference between them and Better Australia. Like, AEC should be in purple only. Purple's a magic colour. Again, I'm in marketing, so I'm always worried about the visual cues. But but there was that confusion. They were confused. Who were Repeal the Teals? Who was Better Australia? Who was Advance Australia? We have a local environmental group here, Lighter Footprints. They're at every election, but they say who they are. People know who they are. They're the local environmental group, and they talk to members of parliament and council, right?
This was something else.
This was something else.
Okay. Senator Grogan?
Thank you. I've got two issues. You talked about having a code, but you also referenced that code setting out what would happen if there was a breach of said code. What do you see as those consequences of those breaches?
You go. So the 6 metre zone is wonderful, right? Because the AEC supervisor can designate 6 metres from anywhere in the universe, and it's great because each physical location for a polling place is different. You guys must have been to hundreds of them, right? Okay, so it's great. And we've made that inner sanctum. We've made it an inner sanctum. Great for us. And we said beyond the 6 metre line, it's failed. It's totally failed. I really disagree with, does the AEC Commissioner and the AFP Commissioner go to every state and visit with the state police commissioners before every election? Did the supervisor at my school have a list of what is unacceptable behaviour? Had that supervisor met the local police person? Right? I think we need somebody outside the 6 metre zone. I don't think it's the AEC's job to police, but they can get guidelines that identify poor behaviour. It's standing over people, it's yelling. You can write down guidelines. And if that supervisor had a relationship with the local police, they can call up. And in researching this, I found out that an AEC supervisor can kick somebody off an electoral, a polling place. Do they know that? What are the rules behind that? I think we can solve 80% of problems. I don't think it's that hard. I really don't.
I think there are challenges there, and I think one of the things that makes it easier is what you said about, the 4-year fixed terms. Because the challenge the AEC has at the moment is, of course, that they have to put an extraordinary amount of effort into having polling places available around the whole country for like about 10 months because they don't know when the election's going to be. Right. And so then when it comes down to the crunch, sometimes the ideal places are not available. So I think the fixed 4-year terms would do a lot to help us get better polling places. But then the question I was really going to is, what is the consequence of the breach? Because in your statement earlier, you said that the code should include what the consequences of the breach were, and that's kind of the piece I'm really wishing to tease out.
At a polling place, it's evicting the person.
Evicting the person.
They can do that.
Yeah.
That is in the current law. I learned that in preparing this thing. I was shocked. Well, what's the rules? You warn them. You call the local policeman. He warns them. You're gone.
So in terms of a code of conduct, what would be the consequences for the candidate? Or, let's just go with the candidate, for example. Is the candidate responsible then for their volunteers? And would any consequence be shedded to the candidate or to the volunteers?
I love the statement about the staircase from before, that German
I
one.
did too.
It's setting a public standard. It's then going, to Mr. Laxell and saying, one of your volunteers broke the code of conduct. And he says, that won't happen again, we're going to talk.
Yep.
That person got too emotional, and it's setting a standard. Does everyone meet the standard? No. But at least it's now a public standard. There's something, even if it's really not enforced, there's something about setting a public standard and making the campaigns responsible for that standard. And giving the journalists something to refer to in that conversation.
Not just behaviour and a breach of a signed and agreed code.
If I can just add to that, we as volunteers sign a code of conduct. I recall signing a code of conduct before I joined the volunteer group. And therefore, then we have personal responsibility, but not only that, we have responsibility to the campaign, and the campaign can say to us what or what not to do. And so, therefore, that responsibility then flows back to the campaign as well, because we have this relationship about, as an individual, what I can or can't do. And I would have thought if we did have a code of conduct designed by the AEC with the AEC and the candidates, the AEC can actually go back to the candidates and say, hang on a minute, you guys are not following the code of conduct. AEC can also publicise what hasn't been followed, what hasn't been, or what has gone wrong. So, and can I just add, I have seen the AEC work really well in 2022 in a large pre-polling centre where they decided at one stage there were way too many posters. Whoever was in charge called all the parties together, or persons who had put themselves forward at being in charge of the volunteers at that pre-poll centre, which was Box Hill, and said, look, everyone's got to reduce the number of call flutes to 5 each for each candidate. And everyone complied. So I think coordination, as Tim has suggested, between the AEC, the volunteer leaders, are also very important. Now, third parties, I'm not quite sure what you do. And maybe banning is, as previous participants have said, might be the way to go. Sorry.
Good. Another one?
Another one?
Go for
Is
it.
that all right? I don't want to hog the time. Civics education. Now, we know from all of the statistics that civics education in this country has declined alarmingly. And this committee in the last term did an inquiry into it. The only state that's kind of stepped up to the plate in some of that so far is South Australia, where
South Australia.
there's a theme. There's a theme.
South Australia Senator likes South Australia. Who would have thought?
Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah. Yeah.
But our state government has mandated civics education across a range of years, across a range of topics, and have invested heavily now in providing greater education for teachers. Because one of the challenges we face across the country, and we heard this in the inquiry, was that teachers are afraid to teach civics. They are afraid of backlash from parents if they say one word that then gets translated through their children back to them being in any way political. They feel like they don't have the sort of structures and education to actually be able to do it. So we're investing to do that. But how do we, like we've all been talking for a few years now about the challenge of the level of civic awareness across our society, and I don't just mean politics and I don't just mean elections, it's more broad, but it does have a significant impact. What do we do?
You get what you pay for. The federal government funds a lot of state activities.
Yeah, but we don't direct them.
So I'm sure it's possible for you to work with your state government colleagues.
My state government colleagues are fine. We've done it. It's the rest of the country I'm worried about. But I mean more consistently, you know, like we and not just like we're doing in schools, but there's a broader piece about our broader community. We have a lot of people who come and live in Australia, become Australian citizens from countries with very different political structures. And how do we make sure that they are fully aware of their rights and the fact that once upon a time we did have an electoral system that election day was a bit more like a carnival than, you know, than the Wild West. And I think we'd like to see it go back to that.
So I have some experience of this as I participated in with a community level group that had obtained a grant from the Scanlon Foundation to provide civics lessons to adult Australians who do not speak English well. And there is great demand for that kind of education. So quite a lot of that education had to be translated into, you know, the languages that these people who wanted it spoke. But with the use of AI translation, that process is getting, how can we say, more efficient. And yes, as Tim says, it requires funding. It requires a whole of government effort, state governments, federal governments, and I'm sure you are the federal government. You have ways of leveraging your power with the state governments. That is, I think, something you all understand. So you have ways of persuading them to ensure, hey, to ensure that there is mandatory civics education. But also, I think it requires a whole of government effort. We have institutions who do very good things, provide very good materials. For example, the Parliamentary Education Office, the Museum of Democracy, SBS, they can all be leveraged to provide this kind of education to the adults, particularly who don't speak English well.
Thank you.
Dr. Ryan?
I'm not sure if first off, let me thank you both for your time, and I think I've found it very hard to hear the evidence given this morning, and I kind of feel like I have to apologise on behalf of myself and Zoe for the trauma that our volunteers have experienced, which is a very difficult place to be in. And what we want in democracy is to maximise people's engagement with the process. But what we're hearing today and what we've heard in other hearings doesn't really speak to a process which is entirely healthy, in that we're driving people away. And I'm not sure that many people who've listened to the testimony this morning or on other occasions would be thinking, gosh, that sounds great. You know, note to self, must engage in that process a lot in 2028. I guess that's one thing to note. I suppose I'm trying to get to a question here. Is there anything that you can offer political candidates or incumbents in terms of advice from yourselves to us to help regulate the process better, other than a code of conduct? That
the most disturbing thing for me was pre-poll at Monash. I was standing beside a young Greens volunteer. She couldn't have been 20. I was about to finish my long day, walk down to your office and go to another meeting, and two Liberal supporters walked past and said just the nastiest things. 30 seconds from each other. If it's me, I kind of can blow it off, but for her, I felt really bad. And it's because that's the level of political conversation that was going on. And you're all responsible for that. And when the then leader of the opposition says that there's a party in Australia that's anti-Semitic, that is a level of language that we haven't heard in this country, right? And we can't be doing that. And even if there's a party that I don't like, I can't call them Nazis or racists. I've got to say, hey, they're more right-wing than me and I disagree with this. But that's where you're responsible. And the thing that hurt me most wasn't the behaviour of the volunteers. It was the behaviour of the punters. It was the behaviour of the voters this time. They had heard what you had said as a group. I don't know, not you, Mon, and they felt emboldened. That was what was different in 2025.
And would it be fair to say that that failure of leadership extended to the attitudes that were expressed at times to volunteers and people engaged in the process who came from a non-English speaking background?
Yes, I think in Kooyong we did see some of that, for sure. I guess, you know, it's a whole of country effort to get it right. And I know it's really, really hard on the candidates, on the, you know, but we can't give up, can we?
No.
So I think it's really a whole of society effort, and that means engaging everyone to move forward to a better place. I think, I'm pretty sure no one in whatever, and I hope anyway, no one in whatever political party, in whatever pressure group wants to see, you know, what's, you know, extreme politics in this country, extreme or violent politics in this country. So I'm just, I guess, just in a sense, we are hoping, we are believing in our own society. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for providing evidence today. I wanted to get a bit more clarification around what your definition of a normal Liberal volunteer is. Sorry, well, I think it's important to try and just establish what the baseline for a normal political volunteer versus some of the other third-party types that you're talking
People
about.
who are members of the party, people who understand the policies, people who know who the local member is, people who say that we should be focusing money on this issue, not that issue. People are engaged. People who have policy concerns that I sometimes agree with and maybe not disagree with, you know? And, you know, yeah.
You can have a civilised conversation
Yeah.
with, on the polling booth. Right.
And can I just say, I met many of these people in the 2022 campaign. Yeah.
So that's our definition of a normal Liberal volunteer. So then what what separated them from the rest of the pile that clearly did not fit in that definition?
The Brethren volunteers,
Was it exclusively the Brethren?
in my experience, it
Pardon
was.
the pun, but-
That was, in my experience, it was, yeah.
Okay.
They couldn't have that conversation. They didn't understand about policy. They turned up as a group. They handed out their cards. They left as a group. They dressed all the same.
Because I've read in your submission here, there was some behaviour around when vehicles would rock up with elderly people and the vehicle would get swamped. Yeah, here on page 28. One of our volunteers, sorry, I'm going to quote directly from the submission. One of our volunteers described their behaviour at Melbourne pre-poll. They swarmed cars with elderly voters. As soon as the cars stopped and before they could get out, they were there shoving how to vote cards in their faces and made a big song and dance about assisting them. So was this a fairly regular occurrence?
Yes, very regular. I didn't go to Kew. I was in Melbourne. It was dangerous. It's right on Glenferrie Road. There was actually poor signage. I think the AEC should invest more in signage. Pre-poll is so different because they're in different locations every election. People drive to them. On election day, most people walk. And they've been to that school or that church several times. So there's a sort of again, from a communication perspective, the queues for pre-poll are not very good. They need big signs, what the hours are. We need to fund that because people are just confused. And then they almost get hit by cars, right? Like, it was really dangerous.
I think Senator Grogan touched on this before around fixed dates and having a bit more assurity around when an election's going to be held will assist in having more suitable locations picked for pre-poll. I just wanted to just get your thoughts on on the implementation beyond the 6 metre zone. I'm very cautious about us. So one of the things that I find extremely good about our system is that the AEC is really held in high esteem as a body of very high integrity and has a sole purpose of ensuring the integrity of the vote, essentially. If we start to allow them to engage in policing outside the 6 metre zone, there creates an issue, in my view, where the AEC can then be brought into disrepute around being potentially swayed by a certain political persuasion. So, and because I've read this and heard this in several submissions that the AEC needs to police, but on that basis, do you think that it would be better that there's a third-party enforcement agency responsible for any infractions outside of the 6 metre zone?
I think you're way overcomplicating this. You can't stand over a person. You can't yell at them. You can't follow them if they don't want to talk to you. You see that a lot, right? You focus on actual behaviours. You have somebody from the AEC, or maybe another group outside, you warn the campaigner. They do it again. You get a police to warn the campaigner. They do it again. They're off the site.
But who does that though? Because it really can't be the AEC.
We need somebody outside the 6 metre zone. Don't care who they're employed by, but and most people will get the friendly warning. Oh, sorry, I'm just really into it today and behave.
Okay. Just my last question in line with that is it. Well, on your experience and research, are the infractions happening more so at pre-poll versus polling day? Or is it across all polling booths regardless of whether it's pre-poll or actual polling day?
I've had 4 wonderful election days since I started volunteering at Auburn Primary School. It's been great. I hear from other booth captains, there's 40-something polling places in Kooyong. We probably need fewer, don't need that many. Happens at 5 or 6. Pre-poll is different because it's so concentrated and there are so many people there, but the issue is sort of the same. Really, it's the same issue. Yeah, and pre-poll goes on so long, people just get tired. Day 3, day 4.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us today, and also thank you to Ms. Rosenberg for putting together her submission. I was just going to follow on from Mr. Burnell's questions and some questions beforehand. You said that when it came to the Brethren volunteers that they were different. Can you explain how you knew they were different?
They were all dressed the same. They engaged very
And what do you mean by they were dressed the same?
Often, early on at pre-poll, the young women were in supporter T-shirts and skirts. Then that was talked about, all the same skirts, all the same colour. Then that was sort of talked about. Then the next day they came in jeans. So it was weird. It was weird. And they didn't really interact with the other Liberal volunteers that much.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I saw.
And in terms of how you knew they were from the Brethren, how did you become aware of that?
It was one of the, I wasn't an early pre-poll, but it was one of those things that you just saw on our Slack channels and stuff. Hey, who is this group? This is kind of strange. And then it got in the press. That's how I first heard about it.
It was fairly obvious at Q pre-poll, where I was at anyway, that these were very, very young people. They were not the normal Liberal Party volunteers that you would see at polling stations. They were very, very young. And so it felt unusual because really they should have been at school, it felt to me. So I was...
So you thought they were school age? You thought they were school-age children?
Yes.
And I've noticed really young volunteers, especially from Labor and the Greens, but they were geeks like me when I was 15, talking about policy and worried about climate change and all that other stuff. This was different.
Yeah, me too. You thought they were school-age children. Were they there during the middle of a weekday? Were they there during the weekdays as well?
Yes, it was a weekday when I saw them at the Q pre-poll.
Mm-hmm.
And for the large part, the girls were silent, and actually most of the boys, except for one.
Earlier you said that you believed that they were directed to be there. What led you to believe that they were directed and that they weren't there, as a choice of their own interest?
We certainly saw evidence, well, I certainly saw at Q pre-poll that there were people, adults in Liberal Party T-shirts directing them and talking to them.
And they came together and they left together and they were all dressed the same. It just looked coordinated. It didn't look like, there's Bill from the Labor Party he's just got off the train with his red T-shirt.
So were they driven there?
Sorry?
Were they driven there? If they came together and they left together and there were a lot of them, were they driven there?
Personally, I encountered them when we arrived at the polling booth, so I do not know how they got there.
Yeah, I can't recall. Actually, no, yeah, they were driven there. I saw that on election day. A few people get out of a car, but it just looked coordinated. It looked strange. They weren't part of the normal political volunteer group.
At page 28, it talks about them being bussed in together.
Yeah.
Of the submission from Ms. Rosenberg. Okay. And I was going to ask, what did they say to volunteers? Sorry, what did they say to voters? Was it the same thing? Was it different things?
For the most part, most of the young volunteers I saw at pre-poll said nothing. They were particularly the girls. They were very silent. A couple of the older boys said things like, is it "Make Australia Happy Again"? If I got that right. Yeah.
It was.
Yes.
I mean, you guys must have spent 1,000 hours on polling booths, and you try to just engage with somebody, even if you see them walk past with another team's how to vote card, and you smile at them and you say, beautiful day today. Yeah, it was weird.
And sorry, Chair, my last question. I was going to ask, when volunteers from your campaign were speaking to them or asked, where they were from, what were the responses?
They, I didn't really have where they asked them from, but they didn't know anything about the policies. That was a real surprise.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 20th of November 2025. To all those who appeared this morning, really appreciate your time and effort and really powerful evidence. I think, speaking on behalf of those here today and Ms. Campbell online, we really share the same concerns you do. I just want you to be very aware of that, about what is considered normal in terms of participation. And I personally don't want to see 2025 repeated again, which is why I've made the decision to bring this committee out into the community to hear directly from those who are impacted. We know it wasn't the same everywhere, but it certainly happened way too much. So I'd like to thank you for your resilience and your efforts to come out and put some really powerful evidence to the committee and to Hansard so that we can make recommendations to the Minister. I'll suspend proceedings until 11:15 a.m. Thanks. the hearing to start once more. I now welcome members of Recapture to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Dr. Ben Yang. I present as a research lead of Recapture team.
My name is Dr. Luke Heemsbergen, and I am a research lead of the Recapture team.
My name is Dr. Robbie Fordyce. I am also a lead of the Recapture team. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite you to deliver a brief statement before you proceed to questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us for this very important inquiry. Recapture project started from 2019, and since then we have been studying the operation of Chinese language social media services in Australia. Via this kind of work, we have built one of the world's largest data sets of political communication content. During the 2025 Australian federal election, we studied political disinformation and advertising on Chinese language social media services, and we actively provided data and analysis to the AEC and fact-checking bodies to inform their understanding and immediate intervention. We have published our findings in leading international media outlets and academic journals by Harvard University, and our submission is based on this stream of work. Australia faces both real and perceived disinformation challenges eroding public trust in elections. Today, we will focus on the importance of Chinese language social media services, WeChat, Red Note, and Chinese language channels on YouTube. These social media services represent emerging markets of search, communication, and e-commerce, with more than 70% of Chinese Australians considering them as primary source of news and information. Media accounts on these platforms mostly translate Australian news stories for their subscribers and followers. Advertisement in these small businesses with large followings are not regulated or registered by their platforms, including political advertisement during the election. In our research, we found disinformation is a systemic problem. A focus on individual acts of disinformation harm will always come too late, creating detection burdens for election officials and are too intrusive on the communication rights of Australians. Instead, paying attention to disinformation patterns will inform effective design of intervention methods and strategies. Emerging forms of political advertising shaped by platforms' functionalities together with the rising impact of AI impose new challenges for authorization requirement. We therefore offered some initial steps to help ensure integrity in future elections. They include a machine-readable layer for political ad authorization to increase the efficiency of the AEC and partner practice and improve confidence in election advertising. Greater transparency is needed in workflows of political advertising to address voter privacy concerns and discourage clickbait economies that mislead political messaging. Apply ground-up monitoring of non-English social media services to pre-bunk and debunk highly mobile misleading narratives across platforms is needed as well, and these narratives are likely to gain audience very quickly and influence the way electors vote. Despite our expectation to the contrary, we have not yet detected any nation-state disinformation campaigns across Chinese language social media services in our research scope. Disinformation does occur, and it's mostly internal to the Australian media market, and this also means that a considerate designation of jurisdiction-based disinformation regulation can help address the issue. As with all communications concerns, we embrace the balance to be met between the right to communicate freely and the right for all Australians to participate in free and fair elections. Thank you once again for inviting Recapture today, and we welcome any questions that you may have about our findings on WeChat, Red Note, and Chinese language channels on YouTube. Thanks.
Thanks to you, Dr. Yang, for your statement and for your work on behalf of Recapture. As a MP with a very large Chinese Australian community in Bennelong, I found it particularly important for me to understand what you're saying, and I think it's important for us all to deal with that systemic problem of disinformation that you're seeing, particularly on Chinese social media. You mentioned in your opening statement that you provided analysis to the AEC of some of the disinformation that you detected. Could you please go through the process of how you detected that disinformation, how you reported it to the AEC, and what their response was to you, but what impact did your reporting have?
Yep. So during this round of election, we were supported by 3 research assistants, 3 of them coming from the background of media communication studies, journalism, and fact-checking backgrounds. We used a framework that has been used by the AAP Fact Check in terms of categorizing and detecting what disinformation is, and this framework is shaped by the idea of truthfulness and falsehood of information, and whether the information is unproven or not. So we follow that framework. So every day, me and my research assistant, we read content from WeChat and RedNote, and if we identify, for example, a disinformation narrative, we would report the disinformation narrative to our intermediary platform so that we're aware of what is going on across these 3 platforms. Every fortnight, every week, we'll have a meeting. So when me and my research assistant report disinformation narrative, we'll always provide a justification in terms of why we consider this piece of information is misleading and what is the source of information, things like that. So from here, we curated a data set on our Google spreadsheet, and we share this data set to the AEC and AAP Fact Check and ABC News Verify. I am actually happy to show you what the data set looks like. Every week, Recapture team will provide a weekly newsletter for the AEC and AAP Fact Checks in terms of what we have found, what kind of disinformation narratives are surfacing on these platforms, and what kind of political advertisement that needs to be concerned by the AEC. So that's what we do. Maybe Robbie and Luke want to contribute.
And I'll just add, thank you, that I think that weekly newsletter to the fact-checking organizations was actually at their request. Yep. We were sending them original pieces of disinformation when we got them or when we could, and they were thankful for that and said if you could regularize this in some way so that we can action it at a time, then that would be useful. So we shifted our internal process with our own technology so we could do that for them. And I think Fan can even maybe speak more just to the end of your question about what actions were taken. We saw numerous pieces in the media that appeared because of our work, and I believe the AEC actually moved on some of those pieces as well, but you might want to speak to them more on that.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd just add that the spreadsheet was updated as we identified disinformation, and that was live with the partners that we were sharing it with. Yeah. So there was never really any kind of delay in terms of like a week-long period. They would have that information available to them as soon as we did as well.
And was what you detected, sort of how did you detect it? Did you have sort of software or algorithms going through picking up stuff that was electoral matter, or was it literally your 3 research assistants doom scrolling, or was it people that reported things to you? You talk about early detection. How did you manage to sift through?
So just to respond to the automation aspect, this is actually our future direction approach that Luke will speak a little bit more after this, but our detection approach during the election is that because we all coming from professional media and journalism fact-checking background, yeah. And three research assistants and myself, we are bilingual researchers. Yep. So on the one hand, we consume stories from Australian official information, and also news story published by The Guardian, the ABC, SBS. which we consider as legitimate news sources. And on the other side, we also read news information from WeChat and RedNote. And then like when you consume information from multiple sources and when you draw the comparison, this information is very obvious, it's very apparent, and we know like this information is like exaggerating the possibility of the event. And actually based on our detection work, we're able to summarize disinformation strategies that has been used across those media outlets, which was really helpful for us to further detect disinformation narratives in a very effective way. And those disinformation strategies involved manipulating knowledge gaps. For example, if something is unknown, if something is unproven, it is very likely that that piece of information will be manipulated for public fear and anxiety. Second one, denying human rights, reinforcing existing social hierarchies, manipulating the possibility of certain events, and reconfiguring spatiality and temporality of existing events. And another thing that we have identified that for those disinformation narratives, they don't have to make sense, right? When we read a piece of stories, the headline tells one thing, the text tells another thing, the image was another thing. So these elements all together, they didn't make sense. But the whole point of disinformation is not that it has to make sense. It doesn't have to be logical. It's that those information strike fear and anxiety among the community members. And that to be said, sentiment, fear, and anxiety is another kind of standard that we use to detect disinformation at the stage when it's being done all by human.
You mentioned just then disinformation strategies. So your research is showing that this was a deliberate campaign of disinformation. Was it? Is that a correct statement? Or is it haphazard or randoms doing it? Like, who was doing this?
So it's interesting, speaking to what Fan just said around the fear, the anxiety, the way WeChat is structured with official accounts almost works like news magazines. So it doesn't have the spreadability or the virality of something on TikTok that can just go and go and go. You as a consumer sign up to 3 different accounts and you get your news from them. This news is translated from English news sources and then given to you. Each of these official accounts, and I'm talking about the ones that deliver news, are set up almost like small businesses. So they really are like SMEs that have their own bottom line. They sell news to audiences. To sell news to audiences, the more catastrophic, the more fear, the more exclamation marks you can put after your headline, the more audience you get. This isn't a new concept, but we see it happening in this platform for this audience. I say that because when we say, is this a strategy? It's not a nation-state strategy to turn the Australian election on the whole, right? Most of what we saw wasn't a strategy by political actors in Australia to turn the election. It was an effect of a market looking to turn eyeballs. Yeah, so yes, it's a strategy, but it's not a political one. There are people on the internet who make money from the internet and don't care about our politics. And that's what we saw happening here. At the same time, we did see Australian domestic actors that were using that space because it is, I don't want to say less regulated, but there's less visibility to the regulations that we do have in that space that you can take advantage of if you are a domestic actor with a political message.
Just to add on that, effective communication and distribution of disinformation is indeed like circulated to certain demographics. Therefore, there's a lack of visibility among us because disinformation can be prioritized by platform algorithm, and disinformation can be more effectively distributed when it's shared by your close social networks, right? Because your social network lend another layer of credibility and trust to the information, whether that is misleading or not. We also have some data in terms of who are the people involved in distributing disinformation. As Luke said, on WeChat, our focus is on small to medium-sized Chinese language media outlets operated in Australia, but on RedNote, it's a little bit different. So on RedNote, we found that both on WeChat and RedNote, immigration is a central topic when it comes to disinformation, and this immigration topics involves visa policy change, humanitarian immigration programs, and pathways to Australian citizenship. And actors or organizations or individuals who share this form of disinformation, they're commercial immigration and education agencies. They are monetizing the anxiety and fear and even joy and excitement that they themselves hype up for further business deals. And that's what we found. Maybe, Robbie, you want to add?
Yeah, I think what I would primarily add to this is that the nature of WeChat and RedNote and the other platforms that we've been looking at, each platform is different. It has its own internal cultures and operations and business logics within them. They're all unique, but also they grant insights into kinds of behaviors that are probably taking place in other platforms, including English language platforms. A lot of the stuff that, for instance, Luke has been describing isn't wholly different from the way that some influencers behave around other forms of disinformation that are not political, such as medical misinformation, that we think, the problem of inaccurate or misleading or deceptive information online is, across a lot of sectors. And it's just that we happen to be looking at this fairly tightly bound situation where we have a unique advantage in terms of gathering data on it.
You said correct me if I'm wrong, you reported some of the disinformation you'd found to the platforms. Is that right? No.
I don't think so.
No, okay.
We didn't. Well, we didn't. But I think there are further consequential steps taken by either the AAP or ABC News Verify or the AEC in terms of requesting to take them down. But
So
for
you're saying they requested to take it down?
They might,
Okay,
but
right. All right.
or within our capacity.
No, you didn't.
No,
Okay,
we
all right.
didn't.
Probably be inappropriate for us to be doing that. In the
No,
course
sorry,
of
that's what I
the-
understood from your evidence, Dr. Young. So if that's the case, that's fine. I just wanted to ask some questions about that, but that's okay if you didn't.
But sorry, just to be clear, but you did report those incidents to the platform? No.
No.
No. No.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah, so did I. Final question from me before I go on to Senator Grogan. You've identified the impact of mis and disinformation on the electoral process, and you've also identified that you didn't see any evidence of foreign interference. We've been asked to look at reforms around domestic interference into the electoral process. I just want to get from your research and from what you've seen over the years since 2019, would you consider sort of these campaigns of disinformation where they're structured and deliberate, would you consider a strategic disinformation campaign as electoral interference?
Do you want to?
I think it's a bit hard for us to make that call on whether something is a strategic attempt to undermine or intervene in the election process itself. We do see information that could potentially pervert the course of an election, and the AEC has recognised to us things that we have given them that they've been able to remediate or prevent those perversions from taking place.
Yeah, the AEC often step in when it's a disinformation or incorrect information about the electoral process. Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to understand is disinformation or misrepresentation of a candidate or of a policy position the same, or does it have the same impact as disinformation about the electoral process from your research?
Statistical point of view, in terms of misleading information regarding the electoral process itself, we identified 5% of them. So, like, misleading information relating to electoral process itself was not a big part of the disinformation narrative that we have identified. We have indeed identified disinformation, misrepresentation of particular policies and particular candidates. And yes, we actually consider that. Okay, so disinformation in relation to election itself only occur during the election, right? But we also see disinformation as an endurable, ongoing media phenomenon in the sense that there, like this media ecology nurtured by either WeChat, RedNote, or YouTube, or maybe Instagram or TikTok, though we can list as much as we can, is that this media ecology is nurturing and fostering a disinformation or effective information ecology that stirred up anxiety and fear towards policies. And among Chinese migrants communities here, immigration is a really big part. And misrepresentation of immigration policies, misrepresentation of any political candidates or politicians that discuss immigration policies has been an ongoing phenomenon. And we think that the consequence is more significant than election-specific disinformation during election time, because during the time of, for example, political tension or political events or health and climate crisis, those disinformation still exist and they just got amplified even more. So maybe, Luke, you want to add more?
Thank you, Fan. The seeding of those narratives over time between now and the next federal election matters, right? Because it sets a culture and an understanding of whatever type of policy we're talking about, whether it be immigration and which party thinks what about policies that exist at the present. So people go into the next election with those presumptions, even if they are incorrect. To just continue, I'll bring back to how Fan ended our initial statement, where we do recognize and embrace there is this balance between the rights to communicate freely and the right for Australians to participate in these free and fair elections. From the political science background hat on for myself, I see something sacrosanct around the elections as opposed to what political advertising says about other politicians. That's a personal opinion from my training, and please don't take this the wrong way. If you come from the assumption that any kind of political advertising is in fact going to be somewhat untrue because it's an advertisement, it's not information. You're actually advertising a future outcome that you hope to happen, right? You see all of a sudden there's a large gray area that you can say your own advertisements are disinformation. And again, please don't take that in the wrong way. It's just logically thinking about it. If we think about what a political advertisement is, it's a promise that statistically is hard to keep, right? So that just shows the gray area that we do acknowledge and how hard it is to think about a legislative response to this. We have the bill that is stalled, or now I think ended, right, from last year. And I think it was really interesting and really important to think about the community-led and community-based understandings of how we can break some of these disinformation cycles, not just at election time, but throughout, so that there are integrations that are happening between people who get their news from sources that are not in English to understand what they're seeing, how they're seeing, what they're seeing is skewed.
Last question from me. Where disinformation has been identified, political disinformation, either during the course of an election or in between, what treatment would you recommend be applied to that? And by whom?
So our work is ongoing when we're still identifying, disinformation in relation to Australian policies on WeChat. And we have to say that civic education is very important, and we have been developing a media literacy, like social curriculum for media literacy training for Chinese migrant communities, because we publish in English, right? But how can we get our research to our communities? How can we communicate, hey, this is the Chinese language media ecology here in Australia, and this is how those commercial-driven media outlets work every day, and this is how they produce news stories, translate news stories. Guess what is missing? Fact-checking. Right? And we wanted this form of academic knowledge to get into the mindset of our community members, and we wanted to provide this very informed civic education system for our community members, and this is the kind of work that we have been doing. And I think it is also very important for us to continue our collaboration and with ABC News Verify and AAP Fact Check. And one of the examples that we kind of identified in the process for disinformation detection was that we identified a disinformation narrative in November last year. And then that narrative repeated in March this year, and the AAP fact check debunked that information in June this year, or in May this year. And then we wondered, so the harm has already been caused, and we have already reported this disinformation narrative. But fact checkers, they have very limited scope because of the political economy of how fact checking works in Australia, based on the partnership between major platforms, and they have a very limited scope in terms of what platforms they concern, and Chinese language social media services is outside their scope, unfortunately. Robbie?
Yeah, so probably two things I would note. Firstly, you can read our submission in terms of this detail, but the machine-readable layer in advertising, in political advertising, I think is actually pretty important as a way of tracing the origin of advertising and ensuring that it is appropriately authorised, and so that both Australian citizens and the AEC, as well as, I suppose, researchers like us, can be involved in tracking and tracing political ads as they move across the system. I think would be important for helping to determine what kind of content is coming from some sort of official capacity and what content is being created in an ad hoc manner. A escrow database with digitally signed systems would be something that could be managed by something like the AEC to coordinate this. I think that would be potentially effective. I also think that Australia is somewhat uniquely brave about regulation of social media companies relative to other countries around the world, and I think having that bravery go forward with things like trying to actually hold some of these platforms to account a bit more about their failures in transparency that are frankly insufficient, as you might have already heard from other participants in the inquiry.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Now, at the risk of labouring a couple of points here, I'm conscious you're coming very much from a sort of research background. This inquiry has very much a sort of political lens to it. You've spoken about a number of these platforms being sort of SMEs and therefore having a bottom line interest, but also that you don't think there's a sort of an overt political campaign running across this kind of disinformation, misinformation that you're seeing. Is it just random bad actors, or do you have any sense of the disinformation that's coming through, or this tick up in trying to promote fear and anxiety? Do you have any sense of where that's sort of coming from, either by motivation or category?
So we have not, just to be clear, this is what we see in terms of our detection. We have not seen any foreign interference that we would be able to, identify within the system. In terms of the bad actors that we see, I'd be loath to consider this random, right? In the sense that I don't think anyone here is just sort of stochastically engaged in typing random words into the internet and expecting something to happen out of it, but rather sort of, as Luke says, there's a degree of a clickbait logic to the SMEs that are operating on these platforms. And I think to some extent what happens with the content as it moves from platform to platform through translation and through individual authors is that different errors get highlighted. And so to an extent it is some of the disinformation is a product of the media system as a whole, not exclusive to these platforms themselves. Did anyone else have anything to add?
There was, I don't think we're in a position to say the absence of evidence is in fact evidence of absence. We don't want to go there. So we've stopped from making those nation-state claims or otherwise. And I think that what Robbie's noted around the incentives that do exist, the extent to which they affect and impact communities in their relation to Australian democracy is like an externality to the economic loop that's happening there. In that space, that can be exploited, and it is, but do we see an overarching use of this space to do that? I would say no. Interestingly, as on WeChat, there was a formatting change to how users could interact. Videos came into the fore, and before it was just kind of text, these news magazines that you read, and then videos appeared. Very preliminary research suggests that something else is happening, something orchestrated might be happening in user comments to those videos, because that just is something that is scalable through AI or other means. So that's very preliminary, and we want to look into that more. But the engagement with news content so far, and with regards to the 2025 election, didn't have those patterns.
So those Chinese language media services on WeChat, they make money by attracting attention, right? This is how they sell their space. Like, maybe we could say that how they lease their space, right? They provide their clients with their statistics. This is how many ratings that we have achieved. This is how many articles that have received like more than 100,000 clicks. And that is how, like, the more subscribers they have, the more clicks that they have, the higher they can lease out their space for advertisers. And to some extent, on that point, political disinformation, or disinformation in general, works hand in hand with political advertisement, because we might not, so based on our work, we have not yet seen the partisan orientation of particular media outlets here, but they are very inclusive. They're very open to political advertisers because they pay high, right? Because the payment is high, it's higher than a local restaurant. And to that extent, we have often seen, and we have often seen that political advertisement always being placed at misleading news stories, because they wanted to attract that attention, and then they can provide these statistics to their client by saying that we have achieved this amount of readers for you. So this is the ecology, this kind of platform ecology that nurtures this problem of disinformation and political advertising attached to disinformation.
Because your comment earlier that, the text, the headline and whatever graphical photo may not actually be connected very well is, it's not new. This is the grab headline that then you read the story, and if you're looking at it from an analytical perspective, you go, but there's nothing in that story that would lead you to that headline. But the headline is the one that goes, oh my God. On that kind of basis, I'll come to your point about, all political comms being a little bit inspirational. Yes, good word. Thank you. There's a debate about the difference between fact and opinion, and when you're looking at truth in political advertising, there's a cold hard fact delivered in a non-emotional, non-opinionated fashion. The sky is blue today. And then the interpretation of the fact, yep, the sky's blue, we all understand that. The sky's blue, but I think tomorrow it's going to be really cloudy, is then an opinion, right? It's not a fact, it's an opinion. But then somebody else might say, the sky's blue today, but tomorrow the sun is going to shine. Again, it's an opinion. And if you take that as a fact, as the blue sky today, because you stand outside, you look at it, it's blue, the interpretation that people then take from that is often what a political situation might look like, right? So the economy looks like X today, political party A thinks it's going to look like B tomorrow, and political party B thinks it's going to look like C tomorrow, right? That. The difference in that, like it's a debate that rages a little bit in South Australia, because we do have truth in political advertising, and the truth in political advertising laws we have are what you would call light touch, but they work, probably because they've been around since the 80s and the penalties are intense for a political party under a capped system. So fact versus opinions, where's the line? How do you unpack that?
Take that as that.
Yeah, like in our recently published article, we did have this question in terms of the line between opinion and information, and in our approach, we followed the one of the work from American political communication, and they didn't really make distinction in terms of opinion and information. So we don't, in our work, we didn't take that as, you know, a kind of a strict distinction. And as a matter of fact, when it's on WeChat, like information it's broadcast, right? And then the whole point of those stories on, you know, media outlets published by Chinese language media outlets, that yes, they didn't even call themselves as news journalism, right? They called themselves as platform, like what Meta, Facebook, Instagram call themselves as well. We are platform. We're inclusive. We're inclusive not in terms of opinion, because we wanted to present those different facades of information or opinions to attract our advertisers, right? Because advertisers would not want to see truth. They wanted to see how different demographics of audience that particular article can attract.
And Rob, if you, I think it's a very hard question. I think what I observe is that there's different consequences to having opinions in different fields. So in Dr. Ryan's practice, if her opinion was wrong and the outcomes were bad, right? Never happened. But there would be consequences for this, right? We've seen reporting in the Age recently of home births influenced by people who have opinions that have less consequences when their opinions of the sky being sunny during labor are incorrect. So I think it's an when putting my academic hat back on it, it's a really tough question. And because it's a really tough question, society says when you have these kind of opinions and consequences through your opinions, we have these kinds of incentives to keep you truthful, right? Whether that be the Southern Australia example or the various layers doctors exist under in terms of the regulation, right? When we have other markets, for lack of a better term, like the journalists on WeChat. So Dr. Yang's previous work looked at how the Australians who work in these SMEs on WeChat think of themselves as journalists, but cannot get accredited as such. So they will be at a news site trying to do the job of a journalist and are turned away because they don't have the right accreditation. How do you get it? They're not allowed because, and we can go there. But society's decided that this group of actions is not journalism. Therefore, the consequences to the opinions there are in a different set. And that hinders Australians who speak Chinese engaging in our system in a way that I think they should.
We also have this argument in Word Crikey's article in terms of whether we have an opinion or not. Like, what is an opinion? Do we really have an opinion? Like, or opinion comes from like societal constructions of ourselves, right? And when we try to distinguish the idea of journalistic facts and, for example, use opinions, it's more like when we produce news stories, there's always a gatekeeping mechanism, right? Like, journalists do not produce stories for themselves. Like, they are under editorialization, and the editors is shaped. Their editorialization is shaped by the institutional agenda, and the institutional agenda is shaped by the fundings and partnerships, things like that. But when it comes to personal opinion, it's like there's a lack of gatekeeping mechanism. But sometimes we do. We know that probably it's not the right place to say this kind of thing. I guess that's one of the distinctions that we can make. But also we should think about where opinions comes from, and what are the factors that shape our opinions. Robbie?
I don't really have that much to add to what the others have said, other than I think some of the questions that we're going to be asking about this in the future are going to be significantly shaped by a technology like artificial intelligence, where the idea of an opinion as being something attached to a particular individual's thoughts are going to be deeply conflicted and confusing when we're no longer being able to attribute a statement to an actual individual. But maybe I'll just leave it at that.
Look, I could keep going for hours, but I'm conscious that I'm sort of hogging the time. So, Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Dr. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's fascinating. I'm interested in that sort of grey space of influences, and when someone who doesn't purport to be a political journalist posts content that has a political slant in some respect, and what your thoughts are regarding the extent to which that should be labelled as political content, or whether to what it perhaps should be regulated.
That is what we have observed on Red Note, and I think this kind of the bloodline between politically promotional content, political campaign, political advertisement, it will be further blurred with the visual-oriented platform being a very significant part of Australian political advertisement and campaigns. Yes, we have indeed found instances where platform users, they post content on behalf of political candidates, and this is because Red Note's shadow ban mechanism, right? And shadow ban mechanism is that the algorithm does not encourage any content involve policies, and the algorithm also doesn't prioritize political figures' profiles. For example, if I want to search you up on Red Note or Germ, I wouldn't be able to find your profile. Yeah, it's shadow banned, but sometimes, occasionally, maybe I will find your profile, and if I click subscribe, and then I will see your profile, but I will barely see your content on the main page, which is the For You page on TikTok, right? And political candidates during the election, they found, for example, content creators, individual content creators, Chinese language small businesses, immigration businesses, real estate business, and they do podcast with those content creators. And those content creators, they come with traffic, they come with big subscription base and following base, and they play a very significant role in promoting those political figures and their campaigns. But those content is not labeled as political advertisement. So that's why we also pointed out that the current status of political advertising in Australia kind of imposed a challenge for our current authorization regulation by the AEC.
I guess as academics, we do have the liberty of being able to step away from specific regulatory focus on individuals. For us, the question of disinformation is always a scalar, systemic issue and much less focused on individual influences. But I would say that because our perspective is about the scale of this issue, we we kind of see any sort of individual influencer as having any attention or presence on a platform as a product of the business models of those platforms that essentially support and engender the presence of influencers on there for things like increasing their monthly active users, among other things. So influencers, at least to my mind, the problem isn't about individual acts of communication that they make that might be misleading so much as the incentives that make this misleading content profitable for both the influencer and the platform as a whole.
Mm. And I might then just add to that. I mean, I think it's then incumbent on, excuse me, the political campaigns to for that transparency, which influencer they're paying what money to, or you know, rather than the influencer managing that. And the reason I would go that way is I think there's actually something really valuable about integrating new voices into our political processes. People are not getting their news where they used to, etc. And that kind of civic engagement via influencers, I don't think we should think of as a bad thing on its face. When a political candidate or a political organization enables that, I would like to know. I think asking the influencer to do that is tough regulatory in terms of like the practicality of it. And I think we already have systems that would be set up that would be much easier to measure, I guess, on the political organization side. Yeah. And so I think just putting to the South Australia example, if you could have those kind of incentives, negative incentives to not doing so, would probably work pretty well when some influencer comes out and says, I got paid $10,000 to, right? So.
It's like the question of who should take the responsibility and accountability, right? Like when it comes to Chinese language social media services, especially for some political candidates who had very limited knowledge about what Chinese language social media services look like, they might just outsource or do subcontracting, right? Instead of managing political campaign on Chinese language social media services themselves or by their teams, they would outsource the work to the third-party contractors based in Australia. And that is the starting point when the campaigning process get out of their way, get out of their oversight, and then the third party may further subcontract their campaigning program or schemes to another party, like whether based in Australia or based in China, because we indeed found the instances where two political candidates, they had Chinese celebrities endorse them on Douyin, which is the Chinese version of TikTok. And when those celebrities got interviewed, they said, I have no idea what this person is. I was paid to do the work, right? And we require, like, hopefully this is feasible and operational, like we require greater transparency being provided in terms of understanding political communication process, how the political campaign has been managed, what are the third-party actors, organizations involved, and what is the spending on that as well.
Thank you. Just one more, if I may. You mentioned that you didn't find any evidence of kind of foreign influence in this election campaign. Did you find any evidence of political parties deliberately trying to create relationships, formal relationships or informal networks within the Chinese Australian community?
Are we talking about political parties or candidates? For candidates,
either.
Yes.
Yeah, either. Candidates from parties or candidates
from parties or independent candidates, yes.
Are you able to expand on that at all?
I can expand on that. One of the profiles that we found, and that was from an independent candidate from, I think he's from Sydney, Strathfield? No, Andy Ing. Bradfield, yes. So he started his campaign very early on Red Note, and he didn't position himself as a political candidate at that time. He positioned himself as a kind of influencer, where he went on the street, fist pumping with passers-by, and like he attracted lots of attention, and his profile is still the one that gained highest attention with the largest volume of followers and subscribers on Red Note. And like he and another person, Scott Yuan, and they come from Chinese language background, right? And they know very well how Red Note works, and they are able to, like, offline, they're able to accumulate community support in their ways, and online they collaborate with content producers and businesses. They engage with businesses, podcasters, content creators for their campaign. So yes.
So that's interesting. So if we just unwrap that a little bit, so the issue there is not that these individuals undertaking these activities, it's that these individuals undertook these activities without being labelled or identified as political candidates. Is that fair to say? Because presumably if they had been labelled as political candidates, that would have been picked up by a platform like Red Note?
It would probably decrease the reach, right?
Yes, and I think you probably still won't be able to find their profile if you use the search function, but you could try.
But they were posted on other people's profiles, right? So so the influencers would post about.
So influencers, they already have a large number of following, so they come with traffic and attention, right? And then these people, you know, they help or they support the other candidates in promoting their campaigns, but those content, like, we understand that as political promotion even in word analysis, we label that as political promotion because we're not sure whether that is political advertisement or not. By law, it is probably not, because it's not authorized and it's not from a political party or candidate.
But it's a grey area, isn't
It's a
it?
grey
because
area,
it's
indeed.
presumably politically motivated, that activity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you will see the users have debate in the comments by saying that, are you being paid to post this content? And then, like, they will deny that, or they will just, you know, refuse to respond.
Right.
So that is a site that is outside our research scope.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Mr. Bennell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today. For me, a lot of this goes over my head. I'm, as my wife would probably attest, digitally illiterate. And that probably...
Red Notes, Mr. Bennell?
No. But I think that's probably, like, it's a good place to probably start around. We can talk about regulation or we can talk about education, and I'm interested to get your thoughts around whether the importance placed on regulatory work versus educational work around digital literacy for civics education and the ability to test whether something's a fact or an opinion. Are we better to try and pursue that part, noting that regulations can take a long time to bring into effect, and also that of my very uneducated experience with digital landscape, but it moves very, very quickly. And I'm not sure that us as legislators can keep up with the speed at which the platforms change and the ability to influence the population is. So are we better off investing heavily into digital education and literacy?
Literacy is part of it. It's not going to be the full picture. There are a lot of, in the face of a coordinated foreign campaign, literacy isn't going to be enough.
Right.
That said, while it isn't part of our research, it is part of our day-to-day lives as media educators. Our students do, like our young people, do need better media literacy, and that will be a part of helping them stay cognizant of what is happening in elections and being able to interpret online materials. But this is perhaps getting to the point of personal opinion, but I do not think that we can do just media literacy alone if we're actually concerned about disinformation campaigns that are in any way strategic.
Yeah, agreement, both. The literature that we've seen on misinformation, there's a term called pre-bunking, and it's you build up resistance to these you build up resistance to interpreting narratives that seem fishy, that seem wrong to you, right? These opinions that are off. That works as far as we can tell as researchers. So it's that is digital literacy. That is understanding what your platform is feeding you and why. It has the happy accident of working over a lot of life as well, not just electoral misinformation campaigns. So that type of digital literacy works. And in the face of an organized, strategic, state-based campaign, you need other measures.
Okay, that's interesting.
I'd also add that I don't necessarily think that it moves that quickly. I don't think there's anything about the problems that we're dealing with here today that couldn't have been sort of, seen some sort of progress 12 years ago, for instance. So, yep.
And one thing that I'd like to add is the ongoing research work that is very much needed. We're very used to academic research, like getting grant and then finish research when the grant is concluded, right? That is not going to be effective. And we need ongoing work. Recapture started from 2019, and some effective outcome that we have achieved that when we started our project, there's very minimal amount of political advertisement being authorized on WeChat. And now, 2025, we only see 4% of political advertisement on WeChat not being authorized, and the vast majority of them has been authorized. And during the process, I think we have published a lot. We have to talk to journalists, talk to media, talk to fact checkers, and politicians, political candidates, and public services a lot in terms of, this is what we have seen on WeChat, and this is the supervisory and research monitoring power that we have to change what is going on, to make positive change in terms of what is going on.
Sorry, I've just got... actually segues nicely into my last question, actually. So outside of Red Note, WeChat, YouTube, are there other platforms that you have identified that need to be more closely monitored outside of predominantly Chinese-focused platforms? Are there other interest groups that have been targeted by similar types of platforms? And just in closing of that question too, do we need to better fund the ability to research and be on top of this type of work? Because I don't think, it probably
How
is.
quickly can I say sure? So that is our research question for 2026. I mean, part of it is looking where else to look, because we've been very successful in looking at this community's interaction with disinformation in the electoral system and what it means for Australia, and I think we would be motivated to look elsewhere, to be inclusive elsewhere. Yeah.
I would add that there is an increasing number of platforms which are not visible to researchers externally, that are very closed down, thinking things like potentially some kinds of Telegram channels. We have Discord, we have Slack, we have WhatsApp accounts, those sort of things. We have a common history of public open platforms that dominate a lot of our understanding of how news and information circulates. These are the Facebooks, the Twitters, and WhatsApp in its own way. But there's a large and increasing number of platforms that are not open, that researchers cannot access, and that I do not think we would be able to get any kind of productive relationship with the companies that run those services to actually see inside those groups. And I think some of them are genuinely worrying.
I think the third stage of recapture research provides us with a snapshot in terms of how enclosed digital system works, and Chinese social media services, they're hard ones, because when Twitter, Facebook, they open their API for researchers or they provide their well-curated data set for researchers and public. You can't get anything from those Chinese language social media services, and as we have mentioned, that we largely rely on manual work at this stage. So we kind of roll it out as an experiment or pilot to see how we can proceed for further research to look into enclosed digital systems where disinformation has been circulated and people have trustedly relying on those information sources that we as outsiders cannot really verify.
So I just wanted to pick up on that last point that you made, Dr. Fordyce. So there's potentially a bigger problem with the platforms we can't see than the platforms we can see.
I think the platforms that we can't see are probably where some organisation happens for informal political groups such as extremists of different sorts. I think we will not be able to see inside those, at least conventionally, and so monitoring the platforms that are public and open will give us insights into patterns of disinformation and insights into political agendas that we won't be able to see otherwise. I honestly don't see a way of us getting information on the inside of those groups without some sort of law enforcement approach to it, I would say.
Thank you.
Ms. Campbell, are you online?
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your report and the evidence you provided today. I was going to ask, we've had a lot of discussion in this committee about the role of the AEC with respect to providing in-language and community-based outreach for multicultural communities. I was going to ask, in terms of these platforms, what do you see the AEC's role is in terms of communicating robust and accurate information about the election and its processes to multicultural communities?
On WeChat, we have identified 15 political advertisements from the AEC, and they were about disinformation, fact-checking. They're about the civic education about what election is and why it is important. However, this advertisement did not gain as much engagement as we would expect. So people would rather consume information or misleading information from non-official sources compared to the AEC. But we appreciate AEC's presence on WeChat, and we really appreciate their engagement on WeChat and their attempt on WeChat. I think we had this point early on in terms of political communication, platform-specific, audience-specific communication is very important. We need to understand who we're talking to, what their communication preferences are, and what kind of language, not linguistic language, but what kind of content, how we should curate our language so that our language can get into the mindset of our audience. And we've also identified instances during the Voice referendum a couple of years ago that political advertisement from official sources got removed after the event, after the campaign being concluded, and not engaging with Chinese language social media services means that we just open this void for actors who may promote disinformation for commercial or political purposes. So yes, we do need official voices on those platforms, and yes, those voices should not just fit for purpose, but also fit for the need of their audience.
So I was going to ask, in terms of that, effectively, if you're saying that the AEC's communications on the platforms that we're talking about weren't as effective, then presumably that means that they weren't getting the same kind of reach or frequency that some of the misleading information was. What are the ways in which the AEC could increase their effectiveness, and how, what are the kind of mechanisms, specific and tactical, that they could undertake to be more effective on these platforms?
Just one point for clarification on AEC effectiveness of their advertisements. I think that measure compared to other ads on the platform. So it was more that ads for strange and wonderful things were more interesting than electoral integrity. So because of that, I think that engagement outside of platform, engagement with community, consideration of then how to get those messages into the communities that get their news on these platforms, it would be a great focus to expand on. And I don't, again, we don't discount the work the AEC is doing there, but it seems to be that community engagement with the community and having champions within that community, as we saw this morning, to be honest, would be a great space to expand.
And I think when it comes to the AEC's engagement, it often comes at the election times, right? But as we identified in our work, that disinformation is an ongoing phenomenon. Like, we can't just promote our official voices during the particular time and then boom, we'll switch the mentality of our community. That is not going to happen. So ongoing engagement is a necessity. If you want to provide effective civic education, talk to the community now, like don't wait to the election time, because during the time, lots of political information going on, how we can get our official voice into the massive wave of information, that is the question. And that takes lots of risk and challenges.
I was going to let you know that this committee has previously heard evidence regarding the number of informal ballots, primarily in multicultural areas, and the ongoing efforts of the AEC and others to improve those rates. Did anything come through in your research that went to informality of balloting?
Sorry, could you repeat the end of that question? It just broke up.
So did anything come out of your research that went to the informality of balloting, i.e. misinformation in terms of how to number a ballot or misunderstanding of the ways in which to exercise a valid vote?
Just anything towards how to don't do that vote, misinformation on the process itself of elections.
5%.
But like on the actual election day, like writing the ballot wrong on purpose.
Our analysis is ongoing, so far we don't have what disinformation appearing at specific date, but that is a direction that we're going to in terms of the intensity of disinformation narratives when we approach the election time.
I would just add that one thing that we did identify that comes to mind is just some disinformation on the platform on WeChat that suggested that the date of the election was going to change due to the death of the Pope, and through our intervention with the AEC was able to remediate that and correct people, but that's the closest thing that comes to mind that we've addressed so far.
We can look more into our data and get back to you on that, but that was the.
That would be good. Do we know who that came from, that information about the change of the date?
We'd have to.
No, we would have to look for that, and I cannot guarantee that it would have occurred or been generated within the platform. This may have happened elsewhere and then circulated into the platform.
No, I understand. And final question from me. I was going to ask if you could please tell us a bit about the demography of those who are participating in each of these platforms mostly. Are we talking about, is there a higher representation of women or older people or younger people, or cities or regional in, any of these particular platforms?
The demographic features of the audience, it varies. It really varies because different media outlets on WeChat or on Red Note, they face different groups of audience. Some of those outlets, they had to focus on publishing news and information about finance, interest rate, exchange rate, the business between Australia and China, and they would presume that they would position their audience as upper middle class Chinese migrant communities. Some of those media outlets, they would target young Chinese international students, and some of those media outlets, they would target so-called general average Chinese language speakers in Australia. It really varies.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for your evidence today, doctors. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 28th of November? I'd love to see some of the examples that you've referenced in your research and here today, so of what you've identified as disinformation and some details about when they appeared. So if you could do that, that'd be great. Thank you. I suspend proceedings until 1 p.m. welcome, who's first on the list? Sorry, didn't have that list in front of me. Rod Moran to come give evidence. Could I ask that you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Rodney Moran. I've been a volunteer for Zoe Daniel from before the 22 election and was heavily involved in pre-polling and polling and manning polling booths.
Thanks, Rodney. I now invite you to deliver a statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you very much. I got involved in the campaign partly because of Zoe's focus on integrity and transparency, which she carried right through until mid-May. It's unfortunate that other groups and individuals in the election had a much lower bar it's what they thought was acceptable. I felt compelled today to speak up because of some of these actions and incidents that I witnessed by other players in the election who were not really interested in integrity but merely about winning. As they say, the standards you walk by are the standards you accept, and I cannot accept what I saw. I saw extreme right-wing men bring a very large trailer with an extensive and expensive sound system, set up opposite the North Brighton polling booth, and then yell their hate speech at all those who were volunteering or waiting in line to vote. And although this is expressly forbidden in the AEC Act Section 340, Article 63 and 65, with the use of a sound system, but because it was outside the 6 metres, apparently there was nothing that could be done. I saw people representing the third party, repeal the teal, engage in my view, voter intimidation by walking right up to those waiting in line and whispering not to vote Green or Independent, potentially intimidating voters and corrupting the electoral process. This tactic was clearly enunciated by the group in a May the 13th article in the Australian Jewish News, where they said that they had walked right up and down the lines of voters talking to people. They didn't just stand there handing out a pamphlet, they were really engaged with the public. They were pleased with their ability to, as I quote again, contaminate the teal brand. Nothing positive. Again, this is expressly forbidden by Article 63 concerning canvassing voters or inducing any elector not to vote for any particular candidate. But because it was outside 6 metres, again, there was nothing that could be done. I saw some of these same people change their T-shirts from Repeal the Teal to the Liberal Party and then continue engaging with voters. This change actually occurred in the Liberal Party's tent in full view of those, disguising who they really were supporting and thus potentially corrupting the electoral process. I saw an overabundance of corflutes and signs which seemed to go further and further down the streets away from the polling booth. And all candidates started to engage in an arms race to have the greatest amount of signage and highest number of volunteers. At the polling booth in Hotham, the Liberal candidate was heard to complain loudly and publicly that there were more signs for the Liberal candidate for Goldstein than there were for her in her own electorate. I saw the Liberal candidate for Goldstein stand right on the 6 metre line and invade the personal space of every voter who had no choice but to walk past him where he encouraged them to vote for him. Again, in apparent contravention of Article 63, but because it was 2 centimetres beyond the 6 metre line, there was apparently nothing that could be done. There were only 2 pre-polling booths in Goldstein, one of which also serves the neighbouring seat of McNamara. And there was one in the neighbouring electorate of Isaacs where Goldstein voters could vote as well. Therefore, there's a potential for over 200,000 voters who could be using these pre-polling centres. So no wonder there were wait times for up to 30 minutes. If there is no increase in the number of electorates, then the number of voters and the length of the lines of them waiting to vote is not going to be lessened. And it is important that they and the volunteers feel safe and not be intimidated. There are rules in place now to deal with these activities, Section 340 of the AEC Act, Articles 62 to 65. But the exclusion zone needs to be extended beyond 6 metres so that voters do not run the risk of intimidatory behaviour or inducement to vote. Rest assured, these activities will only grow unless stopped. Repeal the Teal said in that same May the 13th article that they will only grow their group and activities and whose electorates are going to be targeted in 2028. If the behaviour is unacceptable within 6 metres, Why is it suddenly okay beyond 6 metres? Perhaps there can be different zones where different activities can take place, a red, an amber and a green zone. There needs to be a clear limit on the number of corflutes, level of signage and number of volunteers that are around each polling booth. It can really get over the top, as I think as Dr Ryan had an issue with. But we all did too, with there being so many signs and volunteers, which can be intimidating. All third parties should be banned from being in attendance at any booth. The only people who should be there are those directly supporting one of the candidates. They have a greater stake in following the rules, whereas third parties can behave however they want, knowing that they do not want to elect anybody, but just stop other people from being elected. There needs to be a separate group, perhaps under the auspices of the AEC, who look as though and do have power to enforce regulations of polling booths, especially beyond the 6 metres. This group could be a flying squad who visit different booths daily, regularly and unannounced, in one or more of electorates to check on the compliance and consistency outside each booth they visit. This would allow those inside to concentrate on ensuring votes are cast correctly and safely. A clear notice needs to be placed outside each polling booth, detailing what the Electoral Act does and does not allow within these zones. And thus, this is what the flying squad could be checking on and can also be pointed out to transgressors, which may well then stop the behaviour then and there.
Thank you, Mr. Moran, for your considered submission. I would imagine banning people from participating in election would be unconstitutional. What treatment do you propose for third parties, which, from the evidence we've received so far, and I don't want to preempt the inquiry, but it seems to me from the AEC, from today, from written submissions, it's this attention from third parties that kind of lifted the heat. Right? So, from your experience, what information or what treatment would benefit voters as they come in to distinguish the difference?
Well, as I said, the fact that within 6 metres, none of this activity can occur. So already the law is there. So if the law is there and hasn't been challenged by anybody, what's the difference between 40 metres? Maybe that's what I'm saying. So there's the red zone. Nothing can happen within 6 metres. Then there might be a zone where only political parties and their representatives could be perhaps engaging with voters, but following those same guidelines. And then after a certain number of metres, then those restrictions stop. You're not stopping someone from expressing a political opinion, but you're just perhaps limiting where they can say it. Just like in a court of law. In a court of law, there are things you can and can't do. Everyone accepts that. And
with last question from me, with your flying squad, would they have the power, in your suggestion, to remove people from the booth if they breach these rules? They would have the power to those changes could be outlining what they've done and what they therefore is incorrect. They would have the power to call police. They would have the power to move people on. Already the AEC Act says, you know, if breaking of any of these offences are committed, a court may impose a penalty of 5 penalty units. So it's already there. Any questions from the table? We're approaching our 10-minute mark. Ms. Campbell?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Really appreciate your submission. Thank you, Mr. Moran. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Friday, the 20th of November. I might just say that once. I'm not wasting time for the rest. I now invite you, Ms. Leach, to give evidence. Could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Okay. My full name is Shirley Rose Leach. I'm speaking as a volunteer for Zoe Daniel. I have held various volunteer offices within Ms Daniel's campaign, but I am speaking as an individual and not on behalf of Ms Daniel or of anybody else.
Thank you. I now invite you to make your statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. So I did submit a joint submission to this committee, and I will take it that that has been read. My joint submission builds on my experience as a booth captain during both the 2022 and 2025 federal elections. And so therefore I was a witness to the significant increase in aggressive and intimidatory behaviours between those two elections. And the increase in these appalling behaviours was such that I was concerned not just for the safety of the volunteers that I was organising, but I was also concerned for my own safety. These behaviours were the result of highly organised, well-resourced campaigns by third parties, and who were not themselves running as candidates in the election. I'm sure we've heard that from others already. I observed multiple incidents which did not seem to conform with existing legislation, but which did not result in any penalty or any other action taken. I also observed behaviours that were not aligned with the overall goal of providing a safe environment, but which may not be covered by existing legislation. So you will already have heard about these in great detail, I'm sure. You will have heard of the unprecedented levels of third-party activism in Goldstein. And during the pre-polling period, the Brighton pre-poll was the epicentre, that's where I was captain, was the epicentre of this activism. It began with massive billboards on the Nepean Highway targeting the independent candidate, extended to attack advertising on social media and extensive leaflet drops across the electorate. Then it honed in on individual households by defacing call flutes with libellous statements, and then to sending personalised poisonous pen letters to householders. Once pre-polling began, the focus shifted to the few booths, and I want to emphasise that there were only a couple of booths in this big electorate servicing everybody. Booths were blanketed with third-party attack advertising, and third-party workers harassed and intimidated our volunteers and voters. By way of context, over 2,200 voters on average passed through that booth every single day. Voters were almost always required to queue, often for periods of 15 to 45 minutes, and much of this time was spent outside of the designated 6-metre line that Mr Moran has talked about. I cannot overemphasise the importance of the 6-metre line when third parties decide to target a booth. At Brighton, the necessity to queue beyond the 6-metre line created ideal, captive and corralled conditions for third parties to target, harass and intimidate volunteers and voters. And I offer the following practical recommendations to address the situation. Firstly, increase the number of pre-poll booths in electorates such as Goldstein to reduce the numbers at each booth and reduce the possibility that queuing voters can be targeted for lengthy periods of time outside the 6-metre line. Secondly, give greater discretion to the AEC to designate the 6-metre line, and I think Mr Moran has made some recommendations and along with this, in line with this as well, to put it in such a place as to reduce the possibility of queues forming beyond it. Presently, AEC seems to have quite limited discretion, mostly in relation to schools. So perhaps the 6-metre concept should be abandoned entirely, and it should be replaced by a generic rule that the AEC has the right to determine the position beyond which campaign volunteer activity of any kind cannot occur. In the case of the Brighton pre-poll, the so-called 6-metre line was drawn in 2 different places in any case in 2022 and 2025, and no explanation was really offered for that. While this placement would not have prevented The 2022 placement would not have prevented voters being exposed to harassment and intimidation. It would have reduced the harassment zone and resulted in a safer voter experience by increasing that no-go area. My third recommendation is to remove the right of anyone other than a candidate or a party who are contesting that seat to display or distribute materials within a designated distance of a pre-poll or polling booth. I would suggest 200 metres. I'm not trying to shut down freedom of speech. I'm just trying to recommend things that will stop harassment and intimidation. And fourthly, make it an offence to physically approach a voter once they've joined a queue for a pre-poll or a polling booth without invitation to do so, and confine verbal interactions with voters outside that 6-metre line to offering an official how to vote card for a candidate. I want to highlight a particular incident that occurred at the Brighton pre-poll because I fear that it was so intimidating, and I'm scared that it's going to set such a precedent that I fear for the physical safety of volunteers and voters at the next election. On the last day of pre-polling, the far-right group, the National Socialist Network, targeted the Brighton pre-poll. At around 3 p.m, when the queue was consistently 20 minutes or more, a truck stopped opposite the entrance to the pre-poll booth, and men dressed in black offloaded very large speakers and sound equipment, like massive things. They proceeded to broadcast at loud volumes anti-immigration, racist and other offensive messaging for around an hour. Their messages included direct attacks on the Goldstein candidates, all of the Goldstein candidates. The queue went very quiet. Parents were covering the ears of their children. People were frightened. There were shocked looks. The AEC manager was called out. He responded by calling the police, who took over 20 minutes to arrive. They did nothing. They watched from a distance and said they couldn't do anything. Prior to this incident, the AEC manager had advised campaign volunteers that they couldn't even play music that was audible inside the 6-metre line. The relevant portion of the Commonwealth Electoral Act is section 340 on the prohibition of certain behaviours. I would recommend that you empower the AEC to request the police remove people from the vicinity of booths who they judge to be acting in violation of the Commonwealth Electoral Act, where these actions include the use of equipment leading to the broadcast of sound audible at the 6-metre line. I would recommend that police be authorised to confiscate that equipment for the period of the election. And my final recommendation is that when the AEC deem that there is potential for further threatening, disruptive or other illegal behaviour to occur at a pre-poll or a polling booth, that they empower the AEC to request that a visible police presence is maintained at that booth during opening hours. And I can't overemphasise the importance of this. The combined effect of third-party activism at the Brighton pre-poll was to create an environment dominated by these groups rather than by the candidates actually contesting the seat. While a candidate might be held publicly accountable and might therefore pull back from openly harassing and slandering people, similar constraints are not in place for third-party groups. The Reformed Act does not address this issue, given the caps that will be in place on expenditures by candidates, parties and disclosure entities. There are now even stronger incentives in place for these significant third-party groups to form and to proliferate. Thank you.
We've probably got time for one question. Does anyone have any questions? What impact do you think this had on voters?
Oh, voters were frightened. Voters were scared. I saw, particularly when the far-right group was there, I saw people who were obviously relatively recent immigrants just looking absolutely shocked and looking like they just wanted to run away from the voting booth.
Did you witness anyone leaving?
I didn't witness anyone leaving, but I did witness people in tears. I did witness a lot of shocked behaviour.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
The queue was so long that I couldn't necessarily see.
Yeah, there's one question here.
Sorry, Ms. Leach. Just quickly, just with the recommendation that you suggest around sound devices being used at polling booths, do you want a carte blanche restriction on them completely, or is it only in the cases where there's a nefarious intent with the use of that sound device?
They're already restricted under the existing Act. You're not supposed to actually play anything that's audible within the 6 metre line. It's not enforced at the moment.
But no, there shouldn't be, just for clarity though, there shouldn't be anybody inside the 6 metre zone trying to solicit a vote from a constituent or from somebody there to cast a vote. So everybody should be outside of that 6 metre zone, therefore the audible device would be outside the 6 metre zone.
Yeah,
has that been breached at some of them?
It's been breached because the way I've read the legislation, it shouldn't be audible. The device doesn't have to be within the 6 metre line. It shouldn't be audible. So I think the intent of the Act was to stop somebody standing with any kind of device and broadcasting so they can hear it. So volunteers were not allowed to do that. We weren't allowed to even play music.
Yeah, that's the issue I was getting.
Yeah. So yes, I think that anyone who refuses to comply with that, as this particular group did, rather than just saying, "Oh, okay, you refuse to comply and doing nothing," their devices should just be confiscated.
Thank you, Ms. Leach.
Thank you.
I'll call on Yaron Gottlieb and Brian Coughlin, please. For the Hansard record, Mr. Gottlieb, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yep. Yaron Gottlieb, and I am here on a personal...
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Please give your statement, then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of any party or candidate. During the election, I was employed as the data analyst for the Zoe Daniel campaign, and I've in the past been employed as a communal rabbi. It is first necessary in this statement to distinguish between anti-Semitism and anti-Semites. Most people I've found are not anti-Semites. However, anti-Semitic tropes are used in regular political discourse because people are not aware of the origins of the words, such as Tim Wilson in yesterday's Age used the word globalist, which is a shorthand in many anti-Semitic groups. Even Jews will often unknowingly make anti-Semitic statements. A key element of the campaign in Goldstein was the weaponisation of anti-Semitism. There was a push by some to label all political opponents as anti-Semites, especially in the Jewish neighbourhoods. This was a deliberate tactic by the Liberals and their affiliated third-party organisations to damage their opponents. This conduct went far beyond the ordinary political contest. Jewish volunteers were abused as traitors, self-hating Jews and cuppos. Volunteers were spat on, followed, filmed and threatened. I was regularly abused at polling stations and once when collecting my children from school. There were also reports of abuse of students in school playgrounds. As part of my responsibilities during the campaign, I visited the Malvern, Brighton and Oakley voting centres. Bullying and intimidation were regular features at Malvern and Brighton. Volunteers and voters would be targeted to bully people into supporting their candidates. However, at Oakley, which is a distance from the Jewish community, there was none of that behaviour. Because of the history of anti-Semitism, there is an inclination in the Jewish community to stamp out even the smallest example of anti-Semitism before it can take root. The Liberals sought to exploit this fear within the community. They pushed the false narrative that other candidates were anti-Semitic or would betray the community. I often heard people say, Jews must vote for Wilson, thus spreading this anti-Semitic trope. During the campaign, some communal institutions campaigned for preferred candidates. One example was the letter sent out by Catholic schools falsely claiming that Zoe would undermine their funding. When communal organisations become partisan, they alienate portions of their communities, causing a breakdown in social cohesion. It's a dangerous lie for Jews to become synonymous with one party, and it could potentially put a target on our backs. It is also a false reality. Jews support all candidates across the ideological spectrum. This failure of leadership within the Jewish community caused a deterioration in mental health, feelings of communal alienation amongst the Jewish volunteers. There were campaigns supporting this. Synagogues and communal spaces provided a pulpit for thinly veiled campaign rallies. As recommendations, the AEC should be able to make faster decisions and conclude deliberations during the campaign period. It does not help if an offender is a sitting MP by the time a decision is delivered. Political parties should face more stringent consequences for misconduct. Fines do not deter bad behaviour. Candidates found guilty of wrongdoing should face a penalty of losing votes. This would be a stronger deterrent than a monetary fine. Communal organisations such as houses of worships and schools, especially those receiving government funding, should be barred from endorsing candidates. They should still be able to advocate for specific policies. I'd also like to make a few statements about postal votes. Political parties use postal applications to data harvest voters' details by making the return address to the party HQ rather than AEC. This gives a partisan advantage since they alone know the details of these voters and can contact them directly. General postal voters are available to all campaigns through the electoral roll, but only make up a fraction of postal voters. Postal voters don't turn up at polling booths, so campaigns are limited with their ability to communicate with these voters. As a recommendations, I would recommend that all postal applications must be addressed directly to the AEC, as is the case in Victorian law at the moment. Each candidate should receive a list of postal vote applicants updated daily through the election campaign to assist with communication. The AEC should provide how to vote cards of all candidates with the postal votes if they are provided by the candidates. So in the envelope, you put in the how to vote cards. This is not about one electorate or one community. It's bigger than that. It's also not about the margin of 175 votes in Goldstein, where almost any single data point could flip the results. If fear and intimidation become accepted tools of political strategy, we will all ultimately lose. We must reaffirm that every Australian of every faith and background must be able to participate in the democratic process without being bullied or harassed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. The examples where you mentioned that volunteers were spat on, followed, filmed or threatened, in your experience, was that at pre-poll or was that at polling booths on the Saturday?
It was at there was some stuff like that at pre-poll. It was also in general campaigning where people, and it happened in my written submission. I had a questionnaire that went out to volunteers. I got several, I can't remember now off the top of my head, several dozen responses, and I formulated that within my submission.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned you were a data analyst. Without going into too much detail about what you did, but was there anything that you were picking up in what you're receiving that was of note, particularly to whether or not people would participate in the electoral process? Like, my fear is that this behaviour would discourage people from participating.
There were.
Yeah, there were.
That was more in the survey that I sent out. Okay. There were people saying that one of the questions was, did you refrain from doing these different activities? And almost everyone refrained from at least one activity in their during the campaign period.
And other bits of evidence have mentioned third parties and their involvement. In your opinion, do you feel that it was that heightened concentration of third parties in Goldstein that led to that type of behaviour occurring? Or does it all come back to the...
Well, I think there was... If you're asking for my opinion, I would say that there was collusion between campaigns and third parties.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
Well, we've seen from other
Yeah,
people
sure.
that they swapped
shirts, yeah.
and just knowing the people who were on these campaigns, I know that some of them were either Liberal Party members, not necessarily active, but that they are part of the overall.
Yep. Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
I have one. I mean, it's been very consistent that we've heard from many, many people that the issues have been more significant at pre-poll than at polling booths on the election day. Is one of the answers to limit the number of people who can vote at pre-poll, or is it to have more pre-poll sites, or is it just to change the rules around behaviour overall?
Well, I think you don't want to be limiting pre-poll. I mean, that's when you start running down the path of America, where they're restricting people for, I mean, I've always voted pre-poll because I can't do it on Saturday.
Well, I guess that's part of the thing. It used to be that you had to have a reason.
Yeah.
Now you just have to show up and say, I have a reason.
I just feel we want to give people as much, because it's also from the side of the voters. We want to give the voters the maximum amount of opportunity to get to the polls. And I think that any restricting of that is not a good thing.
Okay. So should we have more pre-poll sites, or should we
Yes,
just or change the behaviour?
Well, I think a few things. I think the first thing is that we want to be limiting. We want to expand the number of pre-poll sites in an electorate, but we also want to limit people's ability to cast an ordinary vote outside of their electorate. So, for example, for us, we had in our list, we had Oakley and Malvern, which had under 1,000 votes across 2 weeks. Melbourne, which had, I think, 170, 120, something like that. So we have these booths where no Goldstein voters were actually showing up to those booths, but we had to put volunteers there, we had to, consider that. Now, a party that's running in every seat, they've got volunteers at every booth. So I think we would want at least, if we could get another booth within Goldstein, that would be good, and then limit the access to those booths that are well outside our boundaries.
Senator Grogan?
I'm just going to try and be really quick. From a lot of what we've heard today about some of the challenges on polling booths and how the queues went and the difficulties and such like, do you feel that from your experience going to a 4-year fixed scenario, which would mean the AEC would be able to lock in more appropriate venues, would make a difference to some of the issues that you've seen?
It might help just in terms of, I think we absolutely should be going to fixed terms. I think 4 years is, I think we're all a bit referendum shy at the moment. Even though I think we should be having more referendums, but again, look at my submission for that.
Just fix them.
I think fixed terms would definitely help, and if we're going to do it, it should be about where it is now. Because of the July 1st start for the Senate, I think that it's appropriate to have the election sometime in the first few weeks of May. But
because just for clarity, currently an election can be called from the preceding August.
Yes.
Effectively, and the AEC has to have all the sites or enough sites in every electorate to cater.
And you run into the problem of the motoring enthusiast guy who was basically unemployed for, I think, 9 or 10 months.
That's
because
right.
no one wanted to employ someone who had a job as a senator coming up. Yes, I think we should be looking at May, but would it improve? I don't think fixed terms would be a solution to this, no.
We're going to have to end it there, sorry, Senator. Thank you very much for your evidence today. I now call Mr. Coughlin, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Yes, my name is Brian Coughlin. I'm a novice volunteer and have been not involved in politics before, like many of the people that are serving on this campaign. I'm representing the seat of Goldstein in the sense that I was a volunteer for the independent candidate, as many in this room have been. And I think you've already experienced the complaints that have come. I placed my submission before the committee, and there were 2 individual complaints, which I won't repeat, but essentially one person in that, in the Liberal Party volunteer group, accused our candidate of anti-Semitism, and it was quite a volatile meeting at the pre-poll booth. I was involved as a coordinator of our volunteers at the Hampton pre-poll for 2 weeks, with some other people to assist me, of course, and I was also involved in a polling booth on the day of the election. And both of these incidents happened at one of each place, and they were both really confronting. The whole process, as you've heard, has been confronting as an individual, and it's been really and the passion that we're all here today to represent our candidate and are aggrieved by what we were confronted with is one of the reasons that we would like to make submissions to the committee. And I think most of us here are understanding that it's difficult to make changes. I was also involved in scrutineering, and the scrutineering process was both challenging and exciting, but one can only say that our democracy is so much better served with having an AEC, and we are very fortunate with the AEC, and I commend the AEC for what the process of scrutineering. It was really difficult. We lost by a close margin, and there was some aggressive behaviour there too, but that's a political process. There is some scrutineering is a challenging scenario, but it's a worthwhile one. But I suppose some people have recommended the notion of signs. One of the things that I was distressed about, at the pre-poll booth, I counted 25 of our signs and 25 of the Liberal signs. Is that necessary? There should be, the AEC should limit the number of signs so that people can walk to the booth without being inundated. They've generally had an inclination, most people generally have an inclination which way they're going to vote. They don't need, there are some people who are going to change, but they don't need this tunnel of signs that as they approach a polling booth. It's really intimidating for voters. I think the whole process, I was involved in the 22 campaign, and we had a reasonably amicable relationship with the people on our booth, and we tried to foster that in the pre-poll and the polling booth on election day of 2025, with a completely different scenario. There's so much more aggression. I mean, in my view, it doesn't seem fair that a third party can spend $1.5 million. The Advance Australia and the Repeal a Teal groups contributed $1.5 million. The Liberal Party funding in the seat of Goldstein is unknown, as is the Labor Party funding, and I think that is unfair. It's really unfair. The independent candidates, and Monique would know about this more than I do, that it's unfair that third-party candidates, third-party lobby groups can contribute so much to the funding. I mean, you could talk about Clive Palmer, you could talk about lots of different groups. We had an animal liberation group at our polling booth, and that was relatively benign compared to the other polling, the third-party Repeal a Teals. You cannot refute anti-Semitism, as Your Honour's just said. If people accuse you of anti-Semitism, it's just a blanket description. We've presented data to the voters that Zoe was not anti-Semitic, and it was really difficult to refute. And the same can be said for lots of things. And the lies in political advertising has already been covered, but that sort of trying to refute that notion is really problematic in the hustle and bustle of a polling booth. And I think something needs to be done about the lies, the truth in political advertising, and more particularly, as a minor point, in the signage that is presented to the to voters as they come to a polling booth.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Just to be clear, you take offence to the amount that people can spend during an election campaign, like you mentioned.
Well, yeah. Look
limit.
at Clive Palmer spending. I mean, we all think that's horrendous.
So you don't want that big money influence on.
Well, and I just don't, and to have $1.5 million allegedly, and spent by third-party candidates in support of the Liberal candidate, mind you, is really unfair and, in my view, unforgivable. Really, it's just they use their forum to lie about our candidate, and it was once again difficult to refute because there's lots of money involved. You've heard about the social media and the signs. Yep. We stood behind signs saying Zoe votes with the Greens. So and it was all difficult. It's really difficult to refute. I mean, you can say that's not true, but I mean, the voters have been faced with that all the time. There should be some sort of process that the AEC is involved in that stops that sort of behaviour, in my view.
Mr. Burnell, you had some questions on the scrutineering process here.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to just tease out the comments you just made about inappropriate behaviour during the scrutineering process. Can you just talk us through the behaviour that was experienced?
I'm sure you've all been involved in it yourself. I mean,
no, we can't.
You're a candidate. Yeah, well, it's. But well,
so I've scrutineered before.
Yeah, you're scrutineered,
but I've never experienced a.
Well, people are sort of shouldering you out, and
sorry,
shouldering you out of your position. There's just a little bit of physical. The AEC do a fantastic job, and I've said that, and they do a good job in scrutineering. But it is quite a threatening process for a novice to go along to a scrutineering session and know how to behave and challenge votes.
So apart from arging, but so shouldering,
just aggressive behaviour. I challenge that. I challenge that vote.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I think it's important for this hearing to understand the type of behaviour that was demonstrated inside of the scrutineering place, because this is supposed to be a place that's free of fear, of favour, etc. It is there for an observation of the scrutiny of the vote that's being cast by the individual, by either party or candidate that chooses to have somebody present to oversee the vote. So I'm really interested to understand explicitly what type of behaviour was experienced inside that place that has made you feel like you need to say something here today on the record.
Well, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, because in large part the AEC do a good job. And they can't be everywhere. So there's one coordinator for a room, there might be 30 tables, and that coordinator can't be everywhere. And some individuals are prone to be aggressive, and dealing with that aggression was a difficult part for me. I wasn't part of the campaign. No one else in the campaign that I've spoken to have found it difficult, but I did find the process intimidating. In part, mostly, 80% of it was fine, but it was just an intimidating process. I can't accuse the Liberal Party of being overtly aggressive. I just thought it was part of the process of politics.
I've been involved in several occasions of scrutineering votes, and I've never experienced aggressive physical behaviour in that time. It's not something I've been exposed to, so that's why my ears pricked up on this matter, because it's not something that I think anyone should be experiencing inside a scrutineering booth.
Can I just say something? You're right, it shouldn't, but I totally get where you're coming from. I have seen it happen. Yeah. People standing in front of others, being aggressive. So thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Ms Coughlin. I'll call on Michael Groves and Rosie Gibbs, please.
So, just briefly, I referenced my written submission. I actually put in 2 written submissions, and so I think each time I mentioned it, it was in a different one.
Okay, we'll refer to them. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Groves. First, for the purpose of good. For the purpose of Hansard, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear in?
My name is Michael Groves. I'm appearing as an individual who has participated in the election campaign, not only this one, but going way back to 2013, across 3 seats, regional Victoria, Higgins in 2016, and the last 2 in Goldstein.
Thank you. Please feel free to make a statement.
Okay, yes, good afternoon everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I see Rosie's got the same words on hers. I'd particularly like to share my experience in 4 areas. So I'll just state what they are first. Intimidation of residents in their homes. I worked as a core flute installer and heavy maintainer of them as the campaign rolled on, all over the electorate, but in particular what happened around the South Caulfield area and Bayside sections of Hampton, Sandringham and parts of Hyatt. So that was really intimidating people who had the courage to put their signs up. Intimidating the public. I attended the Jewish Community Candidate Forum in East Brighton in early April. Intimidation of the public, particularly at pre-poll. It was most intense. I was a pre-poll booth volunteer. And also on election day, I saw pretty heavy intimidation of volunteers who were campaigning for Zoe Daniel and also the Greens. But that's not my remit, but I'll say it happened to both. So, firstly, on the core flute intimidation, the most shocking example I came across was when I got a call, I think 1 or 2 days before election day, and a resident in South Caulfield had requested a core flute to be put on her front fence, requested in the morning. I got the notification, went there, and I was installing it at about 3 p.m. that day, and she came dashing out of the house and said, I've changed my mind. I said, oh, what's happened? And she quoted the letter that I think a number of us have seen on the ABC program. I'll just read the words out in case anybody doesn't know. It says, your obvious and visible support as displayed in your front garden and gate shows your neighbours that you are anti-Semitic, just like Zoe Daniel, the teal green. You and your family are no longer welcome in our neighbourhood. So it seemed that anybody who put a core flute up got this, and she pulled out because she had been speaking to friends who got these letters and advised her against it. So she refused to put the sign up. And understandably.
She didn't get a letter?
No, she didn't.
No, good. Yeah, I was just thinking how Thank you.
Yeah, so I found this disgusting and very un-Australian to intimidate somebody like that in their own home. I thought it was the highest level. The next level down was the systematic vandalising, I guess you'd call it, of Zoe Daniel signs in various pockets. So I can remember the one in Beaumaris. I was on the chat group in the team, and every morning there'd be 10, 12, 15 houses within a sort of a 1 kilometre pocket that would be done over every night. There'd be fabulous things. The worst one was Jew Hunter, which is a particularly pernicious reference to a ruthless Nazi character in the Inglourious Bastards film, but there were other offensive comments written everywhere. So I really found that pretty bad. And in terms of the election process, to have somebody volunteering in good faith and then spend an amazing amount of time in the last week before the election going around cleaning signs. We shared recipes for getting certain kinds of graffiti off the signs. I became an expert in the end. And a shocking impression for the passers-by of that neighbourhood who are forced to witness this happening every day. They'd walk past it in daylight hours and clean sign by 9 o'clock the next morning, same again. The Jewish community event at East Brighton Synagogue in early April, that was the first time I saw the Repeal the Teal and Better Australia groups in action. A really obnoxious force, I felt, that were further harassing a threatened Jewish community who were trying to talk about some very sensitive, important matters in their own community facility. And I found it unconscionable. Their behaviour in a house of worship was disgraceful. Even worse, given the specific request from the rabbi hosting the event to maintain courtesy to all members on the onstage panel. No effect. Better Australia had a mobile electronic billboard, massive unit, placed outside the synagogue, blasting out in the night sky, multicoloured, extremely bright, and you're sort of wincing as you go past from the brightness of it. Yeah, just draw one thing about houses of worship, and probably specifically synagogues, I don't know, is that they often don't draw great attention to themselves if they're concerned about their safety. This massive billboard was sitting outside an otherwise inconspicuous synagogue a couple of streets away from me, and I just thought, if I was in the Jewish community, which I'm not, I would have thought my place of worship used to be fairly inconspicuous. Now it's been advertised to the world, so I was really worried about that. The others probably just following on from what everybody else has said. At pre-poll, I had a Goldstein resident come up to me and she was horrified by what had happened. Then she said, my husband is bringing our 18-year-old daughter to vote this afternoon. I don't know what to do. So I thought quickly enough and asked a colleague, and they said, oh, why don't you go off to that other booth? It hasn't been as wild as this. So that, what a terrible impression to give an 18-year-old who's coming up to vote for the first time. I heard stories on the radio of 18-year-olds who they'd say something on the way into somebody, and as they came out, they were given a round of applause by all campaigners for all sides. A joyous experience. Not this poor girl who was petrified going in because her mother had warned her how bad it was going to be. So, terrible. And I guess I think I'll skip the last one. It was a much less minor one.
Mr. Groves, just on that letter, did you say it was reported on in the ABC, that letter that went around to people that had signs?
Yes.
It was? Okay. And do you know if it was, do you have a copy of it? Has it been submitted to us in evidence?
Believe in the group submission
okay,
put through from the Goldstein team.
Great.
It's in there.
Thank you. If it's not there, I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Yes.
Do you know if it was authorised by any chance? It wasn't authorised.
Blank.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions on the panel?
No. Thank you.
I can relate to that last story you mentioned. I've got young children. I was on a marginal seat. I didn't know if I was going to get re-elected. I wanted them to come and experience polling day with me for the last few hours, and because of behaviour like you've described, I just leave them at home, and that was a really hard decision to make. Yep.
Sad. Yeah.
Thanks for your evidence.
Okay.
Mrs. Gibb, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the committee?
Hello. My name's Roseanne Gibb, and I'm appearing today as an individual.
Thank you. Okay. Please give your statement.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. So I participated in both the 2022 and the 2025 elections as a volunteer for Zoe Daniel. And along with and I don't know the exact number, but 1,300 or so other volunteers, I was quite a political rookie in 2022. I'd recently retired, and I felt very privileged that I had the time to put in, even in a small way, in issues that I felt were important to me, my children and my grandchildren. And I felt, very privileged that I could do this. So at each election, we letterboxed, we handed out flyers, we door knocked, finding that it was a very steep learning curve, and we found ourselves contributing in ways that were well outside our comfort zone, and it was such a good experience. I was also involved in the pre-poll and election day as a co-captain. In 2022, the whole experience was overwhelmingly positive. At pre-poll, I was really impressed I saw all the candidates. There was no evidence of security, and I felt really proud of our very respectful democracy. There was almost a rainbow of different coloured T-shirts, and through that whole pre-poll in 2022, I only experienced one incident of verbal abuse, and that was by a Clive Palmer volunteer and a volunteer in a T-shirt. There was no other. I didn't experience any other verbal abuse. But 2025, as so many others have said today, it was such a different experience. I was co-captain at Hampton pre-poll, as well as at a booth on election day. And I should say that some of the Liberal volunteers were respectful and were good to work alongside, but others were just not. And at times the atmosphere was aggressive and quite toxic. And other speakers have described the specific instances. However, as volunteers, we were verbally abused by Liberal volunteers and some Liberal voters. They'd walk past us and sort of wave their how to vote cards under our nose. It was really unpleasant. At Hampton, we didn't have any of the other third parties that experienced at Brighton, but there were still the corflutes there expounding their disinformation. They were ever present. And it was interesting that Liberal voters felt emboldened to abuse us. And did that demonstrate a desperation for their candidate to be elected, or a sense that they were almost given licence by the lies that had been expressed from a higher level? I mean, whose responsibility is that behaviour? And I understand that the atmosphere at Hampton wasn't nearly as tense as at Brighton. There were still times when, at the end of a shift, I would phone one of the volunteers just to check that they were okay, because I think we all went home feeling quite abused. And I also want to acknowledge the Jewish speakers here today who will speak, and they've all spoken about how their experiences affected them on a much deeper level. I felt bruised, but they were obviously much more affected. As volunteers for Zoe Daniel, when we bought merchandise, we agreed to abide by the Goldstein standard, treating all people with respect. And certainly when I wore my T-shirt out in public, I felt a real responsibility to present the best version of myself. And it was a feeling expressed by many other volunteers. So we felt like we had to behave respectfully. And since the election, I've really reflected on just why I felt sort of emotionally bruised by the end. It concerned me, and it is more than just sour grapes that Zoe Daniel wasn't returned to Canberra. We felt bruised even before the result of the election. We've all heard that there's an increase in cynicism in this country regarding politics. And I think one of the sad things about the 2025 election is that many volunteers who showed real courage in wearing a T-shirt in public and putting themselves out there, they'll probably think twice, or they may think twice before being involved next time. And that's just a really sad reflection on the way that we were treated. We should feel proud that in this country we can don a T-shirt or whatever colour we choose and take part in the democratic process. And it's not whether people are scared off that. And I think democracy will be all the poorer if volunteers are afraid to take part. So I believe that there should be a code of conduct for everyone who represents a candidate with accountability for any poor behaviour. I think the candidate needs some level of responsibility for their volunteers, and other speakers have mentioned that, whether it's whether there's a fine or whether they'd lose votes if there's poor behaviour. But there needs to be some accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think what sets our democracy apart from others, and I think it's why it's been around for so long in Australia, is that high level of participation. I think participation rates were up this election compared to the one before, over 90%. I'm concerned about the impact of the 2025 election on participation by people in this room, but also voters. Could you perhaps expand on the point you made in your verbal submission there about volunteers not wanting, less likely to participate? Like, do you have?
I have no proof of this.
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, volunteers who experience the sort of abuse that we did at pre-poll, and they'll speak to their friends about it.
Sure.
I mean, I think it could lead to a reluctance to put their hand up as volunteers in the next election.
Why is
I mean, the 2022 election was such, and it was really quite an uplifting experience to be part of. But I think, you know, for people voluntarily to put themselves in a situation where they could be verbally abused, they've got to be pretty brave to turn up again tomorrow. If it happens once on the pre-poll, are they going to be willing to turn up tomorrow? Look, I will next time.
Sure.
But I think some people will think twice.
And what do you think?
That's really sad.
What do you think the impact was on voters having to stand in queue at pre-poll for half an hour witnessing this?
Well, I mean, as I've said, Hampton wasn't nearly as bad as Brighton, but it was an unpleasant atmosphere to be part of. It was very, it was quite noisy at times, and I rather, as co-captain, we sort of encouraged our volunteers just to sort of really keep quiet, just be smiling and handing out the information, rather than bombarding them with more verbal noise, because it did get quite noisy at times. And as I say, it was nothing like Brighton, which I think was took it to another level.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if that answers the question.
No, it's just it's good to get that on the record.
Thank you.
Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
No, thank you. I'm in furious agreement with everything you both said.
I would just, the only thing I would say is probably more of a statement rather than a question, but I think that the sense of pride that you talk about in being able to wear your T-shirt and help as a volunteer before being elected, that's what I used to look forward to every election campaign, whether it was state or federal, was the ability to put on your chosen representative shirt that you wanted to go out and electioneer for and try and help influence an outcome. And if we lose that, we sort of lose the very essence of what makes our
Absolutely.
democracy so good.
Look, and I think in 2022, I just felt that was to be celebrated. There was a rainbow on pre-poll. And it takes courage to get out and about in public with your chosen T-shirt.
Not everyone wants to vote for you all the time.
No.
My wife reminds me of that on a daily basis.
But it takes courage.
It certainly does.
Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very
for
much.
evidence. We've got Leonie Bird and Carlo Toncini next, please. Thanks.
Just for information, we've had somebody turn up who's the deputy requesting to give a statement. We told him about this
Ms. Bird, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Leonie Bird, and I appear in the capacity as a warden, pastoral care worker and child safe officer of St George's Anglican Church in Melbourne. Its relevance to these proceedings are that St George's Anglican Church entered into a licence agreement with the AEC and therefore became a major voting centre in the 2025 federal election, but it has traditionally always been for some years a voting centre.
Just to clarify, you were pre-poll this time, but previously just a voting centre?
No, it's been a pre-poll
Okay,
centre for
thank you.
a number of
years.
elections.
Yep.
And as a matter of candour and openness and transparency, I indicate that I have been acting as a volunteer in Dr Monique Ryan's campaign, so
Thank you.
being open there. What I say, you have before you a statement in relation to what is really how a voting centre functioned during the 2025 election and what happened to that voting centre and how it's affected. This is by way of a licence which was entered into with the AEC, and that set out that in fact it was to promote the obligations and duties of the AEC in conducting that election. I won't go through the entire written submission. You have that before you. What I do say is that between the 22nd, about the 22nd of April to the 3rd of May, the AEC supervised and assisted voters at St George's Voting Centre. What we found was that beyond the jurisdiction of the AEC, there was interference with the church and its church property. In particular, I refer you to clause 10, A, B, C and D, that political notices were affixed to the church flagpole. A political marquee was erected on church grounds without applying for that and without permission, and that was by representatives of the Liberal Party. Despite a previous request to remove a political marquee, another one was erected the following day, and a further request had to be made to remove that marquee. There had been an application on behalf of Dr Ryan's campaign for such a marquee on the basis that we're anxious to keep the political neutrality of that voting centre sacrosanct. That application was refused. Give to one, you've got to give to the others. Within the grounds, I've been advised that there was an excessive amount of advertising for all parties, including wall-to-wall corporates, various hoardings, material banners stretched between trees, a dozen umbrellas at times. And what was concerning particularly to the people from St George's was there was an incursion into what we call the Memorial Garden, which is a place where the ashes of people who've been worshipped, their deceased, are buried there. And that, for us, as in most other Anglican parishes, is consecrated ground. I refer the committee to the schedule I've attached to my submission, which gives you a schematised layout of where the actual voting centre was, which was in the church hall. It's a very large area, and it places the AEC with really good facilities, disability facilities, access for people who are disabled that need to come to the polling booth. What we felt concerned about was this was supposedly privately owned land, and St George's, in fact, was providing a licence to people to come onto St George's property, which is owned by the church, to participate in the election. St George's has served this community for more than 150 years, and we treasure the opportunity to enter into these licences as a service to the community of Melbourne. To short-circuit the submissions, I've referred the committee to the Victorian Electoral Commission, which issued a determination 003/2022, rather than an individually idea of regulation. I submit that, in fact, that Electoral Commission determination would assist this committee in the limits that should be placed on the conduct of voting centres. Just very quickly, without wasting your time, this sets out, amongst a lot of other things, how signs are to be erected or not erected around a voting place, that there be a limit of 100 metres from a designated entrance to voting centre. That is, the jurisdiction of the AEC be extended so that they have jurisdiction to control what is going on around the voting centre. This determination also sets out that notices or signs relating to an election should be displayed within a certain zone sign, and that each candidate have a limitation on the displays that they're allowed to have, a limitation on registered parties' displays, and the weight and the sign of the signage. Now, that may not be what the federal jurisdiction wishes to impose, but my submission to you, with respect, is that, in fact, it's a starting point for something that is already recognisable in Victoria. I'm assuming then that this would apply to this coming state election, but I'm urging the committee to look carefully at this formulation in reframing how voting centres are to be well, policed in some ways. If I may with your permission, add further comments to what has already been put before you. Some of the displays of behaviour, including harassment, stalking and threats, are already part of the criminal code in Victoria. You're not allowed to stalk people under the criminal code. You're not allowed to harass. If you look at the sections on personal safety intervention orders, you're not allowed to have conduct which is like to intimidate, humiliate or embarrass people. The problem is we have, all of us are subject to these things, but the mechanism for enforcement isn't available or to people who participate in the electoral process. It sounds harsh, but in fact, if somebody wanted to pursue it, we're looking there at trespass to persons or trespass to property. And it doesn't hurt, I think, to place some degree of weight on what other jurisdictions in Victoria indicate that there are breaches of, seriously. And I don't know about you, but I've been really distressed by hearing some of this evidence this afternoon. My view is, and I'm putting to you as my submission, this is not the way the Australian democracy should be functioning. I won't go on any further because I know your time is valuable and limited, but I am very concerned and very conscious that in speaking to all of you today, I'm speaking to the Parliament of Australia, and that means a great deal to me. And I think the Parliament and this committee should be congratulated in the work it's doing, because in the long term it's for all of us and our benefit.
Thank you, Ms Bird. Just a very brief question from me. You've mentioned St George's Anglican has been doing this for quite some time. I guess, what was feedback from your parishioners and your members from seeing this circus within your private grounds? Like, how was that received?
Distress.
Distress.
Distress that there should be incursion in or near the Memorial Garden. Distress that the church gardens would be covered without permission or authority with a whole lot of political signs for a start. And then sometimes there was, I understand the AEC voting people had to ask the police to attend, which was handy because the church is right beside the police station in Melbourne. Well, there was some elderly parishioners found that they didn't have free access to something which is a worship centre, whatever it is, at the time of elections, and there was distress that in fact there was a disregard that apart from being a voting centre, it was a worship centre, and we really want to serve and give free licence to the community to exercise their rights. But in fact, at the first instance, it's still a place of worship, and it doesn't hurt to be respectful of that.
Were there some within your congregation that conveyed to you or the leadership that you shouldn't be a voting centre in the future?
No.
No?
No, because of what was, this submission was made in conjunction and with consultation with the parish.
Okay.
The fact of the matter, we regard this at St George's as a service to the community. Okay. And we've been serving the community of Melbourne for more than 150 years. So I act as a pastoral care worker, say, to Cabrini Malvern. We do a lot of outreach, and this particular function, allowing people to come to a place that is easily accessible, lots of public transport, good disability facilities. We regard that, apart from everything else, as being a service to the community that we've always served for decades now.
Thank you. Any questions? To my left?
Just quickly, your submission, is it on behalf of the Anglican Church?
Got to be careful about that.
Yeah, no, that's why I just wanted to really
it's
clarify.
the Anglican parish of St George's. So it happens to be an Anglican church. But the people who are in charge indirectly and have authority over the property in an Anglican church are the wardens. So this isn't a statement from the Anglican Church, please. understand.
No. I just wanted to be clear.
It is from this parish that proceeded and consented to entering into a licence agreement with AEC. So the focus is that a landowner enters into...
No, that's fine.
Thank
I'm
you.
aware that we're well over time. So, and
Sorry.
just no. Really quickly, in terms of your agreement with the AEC, was there any explicit clauses within the agreement that you signed with them about any utilisation of the broader property as opposed to just the facility and the 6 metres?
No. Well, we realised that you can only enter an agreement with the AEC to the limit of what they can do. So the licence agreement, which is set out by the Anglican Diocese of Melbourne, we're subject to them, but it's an agreement essentially with St George's, is that they're not allowed to cause a nuisance, for instance, to neighbouring property. They have to comply with the terms of the licence agreement, which is notifying us if there's any damage, if there's any...
Again, that's from your perspective. If they're contracting you, I'm more interested in what we can maybe have some influence over, as in what the AEC might be putting forward. Because I look at the map that you provided us with, and you can't get there without crossing property that's then not within the licence or the agreement.
Well, technically, it's the church hall, which is the voting centre, would probably be about, 10 metres from the front of Glenferrie. In fact, I'm inviting you to go and actually have a look at the site.
Well, I think, to be honest, the map was really helpful because it's very clear there that that's the situation. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to go beyond there.
I now had a question, then we'll move on to you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. I wanted to clarify the map because I think
yes,
it's a little bit unclear on the top of the page, but it is my understanding, looking at Google Maps, that the top there is not a road, that is actually another
that's a neighbouring
property.
Yeah, neighbouring property, all along there.
And just for clarification,
yes, the
fence that that essentially guards the memorial garden.
Yes.
How high is that fence?
Oh, that's the normal standard paling fence along there.
So, what, chest height, halfway up?
Normal
metre?
paling fence height, it's about 6 foot.
1.2 metres?
There are many normals.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It's about 6 foot high. Yeah.
So it's very clearly identified. There's a clear identified fence to say, please do not come in here.
Yes, but also if you have a look at that map and you see the entrance to the Garden of Remembrance marked on that map, and I've sustained that because that was what went with the licence, there is a sign in front of that. It's fenced off quite clearly, and there's a sign in front of it that indicates what it is.
Thank you. We might have to end it there. Mr. Toncic, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Carlo Toncic, and I come in my capacity as an individual.
Thank you. Please make a statement.
Well, maybe just before I get into the bits that I'd prepared, I just listening to some of the other comments, and I'll just say that so I'm an elector in the division of Goldstein. I've been lived in Goldstein my whole life, and I've been a member of the ALP since I could vote and passionate about electoral matters. So I'll get that out of the way. But at the
please,
sorry.
Please take as long as you like.
Yeah. At the 2022 Victorian state election, we had very similar levels of abuse, and I know that a lot of I think it was Zoe Daniel volunteers who, earlier were speaking about some of the abuse that they copped at the same pre-poll centre in Brighton. At the 2022 Victorian state election, Labor Party volunteers absolutely copped it. Now, part of that would have been as a result of the fact that this was a post-COVID state election in what was a very controversial policy framework around COVID in Victoria. But regardless, the level of abuse that was directed at Labor Party volunteers at that election was completely unacceptable. And if that helps demonstrate to the committee sort of a broader trend, I hope that little extra piece of information is helpful. But I've actually come to talk today about something different, which is when you enter the centre at the end of the day to do the scrutineering. Some of the issues that I had when I was doing that on election day, and then also just the trend that we're observing with more early votes and pre-poll votes, and why I think that that's a bit concerning for the proper scrutiny of the process, and why I think the committee needs to look closer at some of the grounds for applying for a pre-poll early vote and make sure that they're more rigorously enforced. So I'll move on to my experience scrutineering at the voting centre at the end of the day. So as the time approached 6 o'clock on election day, I walked into the booth ready to scrutineer. I'd done my, what was I going to say? I did my form well before then, and was two Zoe Daniel volunteers who I saw come in at about 5:30 ready to scrutineer, and they were leaving the venue. And I asked, what are you doing? You just said you were coming in to scrutineer. And the AEC officer apparently told them that there was only one scrutineer allowed per candidate at the venue, and therefore, because one was already in there, the additional two that I had seen arrive were not allowed to scrutineer, and it was just those two. I asked them to hop back inside the venue to say, we're going to sort this out now because that's just not right, if for no other reason than as a matter of principle. And during this conversation, the officer there told me that the decision that he'd made to, well, I don't think he believed he made it, but the decision that he made to reject the other two scrutineers from the venue was based on, quote, common sense, and that he had responsibility for managing the booth and did not believe that having one person for each count officer, as the law provides, is appropriate. I pointed him to the scrutineer handbook, which states very clearly that in an election, only one scrutineer per candidate is allowed for each officer counting the votes during the scrutiny. I didn't really think that that was, you don't look at statements like that and go, there's much room for interpretation, and the law very much provides the same thing. Which means this should have been the end of the argument, right? You've made a mistake, not everyone knows all the laws, here's what the rules are, and unfortunately, that wasn't the end of the argument, and they continued to assert that it was going to be one scrutineer per person, using their common sense definition to say, well, we could have up to, say, there were 7 candidates in Goldstein, so say 7 count officers, 7 scrutineers, 49 scrutineers in the venue. I told him that, yes, that's the correct interpretation of the law. In practice, you're not going to get 49 scrutineers in the venue, and there were 3 Zoe, 2 Liberal and me, for a total of 6 at the venue. So hardly a disaster, and if anything, it's more of a disaster is that there weren't enough because you didn't have one scrutineer per count officer, let alone per candidate per count officer. So I asked for the matter to be escalated, and it was. And the response that we got from the person who I assume was the DRO was that it should be the amount of issuing officers that determine the additional candidates that you're allowed. And I'm thinking, okay, that's still wrong, but look, it solves our problem for now. We'll get everybody into the venue. And I just left it there. I was subsequently informed after I'd left the polling place after the scrutiny for the House of Representatives concluded, or at least for the primary votes, because unfortunately that's all as far as the Labor Party and candidate in Goldstein got. I was subsequently informed that this happened in more than one other in at least another polling place in Goldstein, and who knows how many people like those 2 Zoe Daniel volunteers that I saw were, just left because they were told, the AEC is doing the right thing. So I was very concerned that an employee of the AEC is using the words common sense to erode scrutineers' rights, or to, not follow the rules and laws that they are obliged to do as an officer under the Commonwealth Electoral Act. So that's one. That was sort of a serious concern that I sort of identified that I really wanted to bring to the attention of the Federal Committee. Moving on to my other example I wanted to talk about, which is talking about pre-poll and the grounds of which are required to vote. As I'm sure most of the committee members would know, you've got to have a valid reason in order to vote early. And it used to be the case that AEC officers would at least be asking people, are you entitled to vote under one of these 6, 7, 8 different reasons? Realistically, from almost none of the people I know of who have pre-poll voted was that question ever asked, which it should be as a matter of principle, even if the AEC is not obliged to under the law. And when we're seeing about 50% of people using pre-poll or postal voting, it's clear that, not all of, you look at Schedule 2 and go, well, that's not 50% of electors that are eligible to vote early. And while I appreciate that the AEC has good I should mention a quick example from the past election, which is I've heard of a case where an elector told the AEC that they were not entitled, and instead of turning them away, the AEC the officer kept asking them the question until they changed their answer so that they could go in and vote. And while I appreciate that the AEC has good intentions with this, they should not decide not to ask or gloss over those questions because they find it inconvenient in terms of any voter participation metrics or something that they might be trying to hit, or because they don't want to serve as voters on election day. And I believe this is particularly important because early and postal votes are, in my view, subject to much less scrutiny and oversight, and it's much more difficult for one person to verify end-to-end that the process is fair. As such, the uptick of people not voting on election day is particularly concerning, especially when it relates to the AEC turning a blind eye to rules which it should be following. I recommend that the Parliament amend the Electoral Act to further require that the Commission make reasonable inquiries when an elector requests an early vote and requiring to produce some sort, like it doesn't have to be a lot of evidence, but some sort of actual evidence to prove that they are entitled to vote early. I'm happy to go into details about why I think that the early and postal votes are not subject to anywhere near as much scrutiny as election day votes and why we need to encourage people to vote on the day, but I'll leave that there and up to the committee if they want to ask me that question. I'll just quickly touch on one thing while I have the opportunity to appear before the committee, is that I just want to note that our current electoral system relies on individual members of Parliament voting to form a government. And I think that that's a system that is in general in need of reform because the system as it stands currently allows a party that loses the two-party preferred vote to form a majority government. And such a result, while fortunately not an issue at this election, would be a serious injustice to a majority of Australians if the two-party preferred ever differed from or when it has in history differed from a party that forms majority government. Just because our electoral boundaries are drawn independently, there is no criteria of fairness. Not suggesting that a criteria of fairness be implemented, but the system should work so that if a majority of Australians say one thing, then that's that's the government that they get. And that's maybe a personal view that I don't think the committee's really going to put much consideration or thought into, but while I have the opportunity to put that
forward, we might need to stop you there. Senator Grogan.
Yep. Okay. You and I could discuss that for hours, but this is not the place. So I will just ask you one swift question. The idea of limiting pre-poll, and let's leave postal out of it for a minute, limiting pre-poll, would you, rather than limiting pre-poll, would you have any sense of a value in making pre-poll more like voting day and extending it, maybe not for a full 2 weeks, but having a voting period that was more than 1 day, but that had had all the checks and balances that you believe are not currently in place?
Well, so maybe it's probably best for me then to explain why I think that it's a bit of an issue to have that longer period. So the short answer to your question is no.
Yeah, okay.
But
I wondered if it was a fundamental thing or if it was a sort of...
Yeah, it's more of a fundamental thing, which is that if you for early voting, it's on for 2 or 3 weeks, they might open the boxes and have them checked on the Monday, and then they'll be sitting in storage for 2 weeks where there's going to be less scrutiny and oversight overnight for the period of the 2 or 3 week election period. Now, do I think people are then going in at night stuffing ballot boxes? No. But we need to be designing our process so that in the future, that doesn't then happen, right?
I think I get your point.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. I could go into a couple of others, but on election day, maybe to give it as why I think it's the best scrutiny and oversight is that you walk into the boxes at 8:30, you confirm that they are empty, you watch them get sealed, you see that the AEC officers write down the number, you can write down that number at the end. Everybody's got eyes on that box for the whole day, and the only people who are putting papers in that box are people who got that ballot paper at the voting centre, and then they put it in the box, and then at 6 p.m, they're unsealed. You get to check to make sure that the seal numbers are exactly the same as they are. They're untipped, counted, and then you can get a full sense of how people voted on the day. And it also means that our election count process doesn't drag on for weeks and it's quicker, like Zoe Daniel going from independent retained to Liberal. And then there were the Bradfield result, which was independent to liberal to independent in the end, in terms of how the media called that result, we would have had a much clearer idea of what was going on if more people got voting on the day and we had a greater sense of what the trend was.
After any there,
my apologies.
I will just defend the AEC here and say I have total confidence in the fact that those boxes are kept.
Yeah. I'm not. And I'm not, and I don't want to insist otherwise. That's maybe it's a thing of we trust the AEC now, but we need to make sure that the process is fair.
Thank you very much for evidence. We've got Ms. Batrach and Mr. Stephen. Thanks, mate. We've got 4 people in 30 minutes, so...
I promise not to speak.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the rude person who runs out the door bang on 3 o'clock.
I think we all have to. So we've got 4 people and 30 minutes, so if there is ability to shorten it, that'd be great. Ms. Bachrach, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Amy Bachrach. I'm here in the capacity of the former Jewish liaison for Zoe Daniel.
Thank you.
I do want to thank you very much for holding this hearing, and I want to thank my colleagues for testifying. As you can tell from my accent, I'm an Australian citizen originally from the United States. I've been active in politics my whole life, most recently as Zoe Daniel's liaison with the Jewish community. After living in the U.S., participating in Australian politics has been a great relief. Imagine the pride I feel at living in a country where voting is compulsory and where partisan redistribution is replaced by the presence of an independent AEC. At my citizenship ceremony in Western Australia, I was directed immediately from receiving my certificate to the other side of the room where my voter enrollment was already filled out except for my signature. I could hardly believe my eyes. Yet never have I experienced the bullying, lies, and intimidation my colleagues and I endured through the 2025 Goldstein campaign. I know you've heard a lot about this. When I wrote this, I didn't know. I've never been afraid to show up at pre-poll, sport a T-shirt, or show a bumper sticker. But this time, every day, I looked to see if my candidate's poster had been vandalized, as so many had. I've been politically active for a long time, and you know, you win some, you lose some, and people disagree. But although I am loath to raise this issue during the current atmosphere, never have I, as a Jew, experienced such anti-Semitism, intra-anti-Semitism, as I did from fellow Jews during this campaign. The weaponization of the Israel-Gaza issue by proxy groups and the opposition resulted in a fracturing of the Jewish community that is still having ramifications. I am afraid to speak my mind today for fear of retribution. I had to dig deep inside for the wherewithal to show up to the lightning rod polling booth in Brighton every single day for 2 weeks to face the onslaught of inflammatory charges that I'm a self-hating Jew and supporter of a terrorist. Australia must stand up to this before it slides into American-style polarization and threats against polling officials. The proxy group volunteers claimed to back no specific candidate, but we saw them, as you've heard, swapping T-shirts with Tim Wilson's volunteers. More to the point, Advance Australia is a partisan research project of the Institute for Public Affairs, where Tim Wilson served as a director. Repeal the Teal was co-founded by a founder of J United, an activist group and explicit partner of Advance. The other co-founder is a declared Liberal. The Better Australia website is sponsored by A. Hurst, Liberal, Canberra. The claim that these organizations did not back a specific candidate is false and points to the need for truth in public advertising. The atmosphere was so toxic that in addition to creating a Sunshine Squad, of which I was a member, to provide moral support, we also engaged a volunteer who was a psychologist and expert in war zone trauma to provide debriefing. What?
Polling booths should not be battlegrounds. Voting is compulsory in this democratic country, and we need to make sure that people can access the polling booths safely. Proxy groups should be banned from all poll sites, be allowed to campaign only on issues, not candidates, be required to declare their sponsors, donors, and spending in real time. And the campaign abuse began well before pre-poll. At the candidates' forum in Brighton Synagogue, a Better Australia truck was parked across the street displaying a huge, distorted and deceptive sign against Zoe. The opposition supporters interrupted and booed Zoe incessantly. Shamefully, the opposition candidate made no effort to establish civil behavior among his supporters, which really goes to the question of a pledge and a code of conduct. Why would I bring a Jewish community matter to this committee? The committee should recommend that the AEC should have scope to take up and dispatch complaints about candidate, volunteer, and electoral conduct in real time. I understand the issues that have been raised today. If it can't be the AEC, then another entity should be established. If there were ever an anti-democratic, anti-free speech, and coercive electoral campaign, this was it. As far as the question about penalties, if a volunteer is out of line, I suggest that the volunteer be suspended. Australia needs to decide if we want to go down the path of bigotry, hatred, and antagonistic elections as the US is, or to cherish our more democratic traditions and civilized debate. Government must restore social cohesion and protect civilized behavior during our otherwise exemplary and precious elections. Thank you.
And thank you, for your courage in coming and speaking to our committee. I can't imagine what it would have been like. One question from me, you referenced the US and their hyper-polarisation. Are you seeing us on a path towards that if the government doesn't intervene? Yeah. So if you're urging the government to take action on this matter so that we don't end up like that.
Promptly.
Yep. Okay. That's all I had. Any other questions?
Thank you.
No. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question quickly.
Sure.
Don't
know if it
my
works that way, but we'll
colleagues
give it a go.
don't get to testify or we have more to add, can we submit by the 28th of November?
Yeah, so we're closing submissions on the 14th of November for this year, right? But the committee will continue into 2026. Submissions will reopen, and it's very likely we'll actually come back to Victoria and Melbourne, not in this same location, but at another time. We're just waiting for the sending calendar. So there will be more opportunity to write a submission in 2026.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, Mr. Tony Stephen, local Kooyong resident, appearing as a private resident.
Thank you. Please make your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members and senators. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My objective today is to share a couple of personal anecdotes of experience during the last federal election and for you to understand my background and what I bring to those observations. So I come from a political family, so I've now been campaigning actively for in excess of 6 decades. And I started when my father was elected to the state parliament in 1964, delivering pamphlets as a child. So, and pretty much campaigned in every federal and state election since. That was for the Country Liberal Party and then the Liberal Party. And the last 6 campaigns have been involved with community independent candidates. And things changed in 2025. I can't say that there was an election cycle or an election experience that was actually like 2025. We're all listening and reflecting 50th anniversary of the constitutional crisis in 75. And two things struck me listening to new insights and reports and analysis of that crisis. The first was that really was a crisis, and yet it was peaceful. There was not personal animosity. And the other reflection was how I heard it. So one of my very good friends, John, at school, broke the news to me. And John was the son of the future ALP member for our local area. So that was sort of how we did things. Like, one of my very good friends was a political foe. And I acknowledge the work of the committee too. You know, Senate committees and joint committees, you know, have morphed and developed a lot over the years. It's a very good example, you know, of how democracy can develop very productively and very importantly. So I acknowledge the work that you've done and are doing. So the two anecdotes I want to share with you. The first one relates to something that occurred within 100 metres of where we sit and meet today. So that was the Kew pre-poll centre just up the road in High Street. So I was the pre-poll captain on 4 days in the pre-poll period, twice in the first week and twice in the second week. And the first week was characterised as being largely like the normal mess that pre-poll has become. It unfolded in a fairly typical sort of way. So you actually introduce yourself, you know, to the other lead organisers, breaks the ice, and you can all have your democratic say. And so the first week worked pretty much as the normal messy pre-poll process. The second week was fundamentally different and all of a sudden different. And it was characterised by a number of things. So people had changed. So there was an influx of people who seemed to be quite distinctively dressed. And it then manifested itself by a complete flooding of the zone by both people and also signage, to a quite extreme extent, to the point where in the first week we were managing the fact that there's a tram stop right outside the polling booth, and we would organise our signs and positioning so people could easily access public transport. In the second week, that was basically inoperative because of the extent to which the signage was out of control. And the public, of course, are absolutely bereft by how that unfolds and what sort of an experience it offers to them. So that's the first anecdote I want to share with you. And I emphasise that these are all personal, direct, first-hand observations, so none of this is second-hand. And the second example I want to share with you was some weeks before the election. The election, which some 6 weeks before, I was a door-knocking leader, and we were in Toorak on a Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m, just gathering, a group of about 6 of us, and a white BMW cruised past and stopped just beside us on the footpath, wound down the passenger side window and proceeded to yell out of that window at us. So started with a strong expletive and finished with, "You don't belong here." And then that was then repeated a second time. So, fire off, "You don't belong here." Window goes up and speeds off. So it is quite an out-of-body experience when that sort of thing happens, and is testament to the fact, I think, that you will have heard a lot of evidence, I know, but they are two anecdotes I wish to share with you firsthand as to why 2025 was very different to any other election I've participated in. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen, did anyone have any questions?
I might recuse myself.
Okay. No. In your experience, I mean, you're doing this a while, I'd imagine you'd know the limitations of the Electoral Commission and the protections afforded to citizens to participate in democracy. In your experience, how do you feel would be the best way to return back to the 2022 and beyond, sort of having that better experience for voters and volunteers? How would you address it?
I mean, I think two things I would offer. One is the Victorian state system of controlling the number of signs, I think, is quite effective and quite reasonable, because politics is a winner-takes-all game, and if you're in it to win it, and I think that you sometimes get drawn down a pathway of trying to match behaviour, because it is a winner-takes-all game. If there's a clear regulation that is enforced that says that at any polling place, including a pre-polling place, you can only have X number of signs, I think that would be a very worthwhile initiative. And the other thing is the perimeter within which the AEC has authorisation. At a lot of booths, which of course are compromises in many circumstances, like Kew pre-poll was at a very narrow footpath with footpath furniture, with post boxes. It was a very, very awkward thing to enforce the 6 metre rule, and I would recommend that that is increased to at least some extent. And then there is some better way for AEC officers to be supported to enforce that.
Thanks, Mr. Stephen.
Thanks very much.
I'll call Simon Cox. Thank you, Simon. Could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, Simon Cox. I'm here as an individual, but I was a volunteer for Zoe Daniel, the independent candidate for Goldstein, in both the 2022 and 2025 elections in a number of roles, particularly door knocking.
Thank you. Please make your statement.
Okay. I'm going to give short accounts of 3 incidents that build on each other, which illustrate how a section of the community was misled and exploited on behalf of our main opponent. I'll then reflect on disturbing consequences of this, both personal and more broadly. My testimony obviously complements what you have heard or will hear in other submissions. First, the incidents. As was mentioned, I think, this morning, our candidate, along with a small group of supporters, I was one of them, attended the In One Voice festival, a street festival in Elstonwick, hosted by the Jewish community on a very rainy afternoon in March. Elstonwick is partly in Goldstein, and the Jewish community is an important element of the electorate. We came to join in fellowship and to show our support for this community. We were subject to numerous incidents of harassment. In particular, Zoe was aggressively called anti-Semite and terrorist to her face. Number 2, at the Brighton pre-poll, I was standing in our supporter line outside the entrance to the polling place, about 3 metres outside the chalk line. Directly opposite, about 2 metres away from me, was a line of supporters of our main opponent. They were clearly identifiable by their candidate and party T-shirts. One of these, of our opponent's supporters, was a woman very ostentatiously fingering her Magen David pendant, that's the Star of David, pushing it in the face of queuing voters with the question, "Are you Jewish? You must vote for Tim." Number 3, also at Brighton pre-poll, a voter in the line passing me in wearing my candidate's T-shirt said, loud enough for me to hear, very deliberately, "She's an anti-Semite." I asked, "Where did you hear that?" His response, "Do you know any Jews?" To which I was able to answer, "Yes, I'm married to one." His comeback, "Does she know you're here?" To which I answered, "Yes, she was here herself half an hour ago." His final word, then you can tell her she's a self-hating Jew. Now the reflections. In the first place, the assertion that our candidate was anti-Semitic or a terrorist is clearly defamatory and demonstrably untrue. There is no credible evidence to support this. Zoe had gone out of her way to publicly provide practical support to the Jewish community throughout her term in office, and particularly during the difficult period following the shameful Hamas attacks of October 7th, 2023. The more general point is about negative campaigning and advertising. The proliferation of the utter falsehoods distributed in print, claimed in quotes and articles in the mainstream media, presented in leaflets and anonymous mailings, magnified and accelerated by social media and spread by word of mouth, inside particularly tight social networks in some cases, contaminates the democratic process in Australian elections. Claims about opposing candidates, their positions, track records, funding sources, etc., must be evidence-based and truthful, with prompt and significant consequences if violated. It's interesting to note that Tasmania, at least, regulates the use of an opposing candidate's image and name in campaign material. I suggest that this is something that could be and should be implemented more broadly, and would essentially force election advertising to be positive, not negative. It would largely remove the opportunity for attack ads. Stepping back, the assertion that all members of the Jewish community must align with one political party and that any Jew who doesn't is therefore a traitor to the community and thus arguably not a Jew is a huge concern. This insults and alienates those, such as my wife, who support a different candidate to the one that the Jewish community leadership had chosen to endorse. Such intra-communal abuse is shocking, deeply hurtful to her and other Jews who don't fall into line. My wife is a proud Jew to the extent that she spent 2 years in seminary studying to be a rabbi. With her, I had been a regular attendee at services at a local synagogue, and we've now had to resign from this, largely because of the community's intolerance of divergent views on faraway issues. The alignment of a religious or cultural community exclusively with one political party is anti-democratic and dangerous. Identity communities can and should campaign strongly on issues relating to their interests, but political parties and candidates for office cover a variety of positions on behalf of a much broader constituency and can never be tied strongly to narrow identity communities. Where does that community stand when the party they have aligned themselves with exclusively is not in power? I recognise that this critique is primarily a matter for the leadership of the community in question, but implore them to recognise the risks in this strategy. It is appalling in this city, where almost every Jew is either related to or knows someone who is in the Nazi camps, that there would be a suggestion that someone must identify themselves publicly as a Jew at the place of the election and be told how to behave. Finally, I would ask all political parties and candidates to step back from the temptation to exploit a community that is feeling under stress for narrow, unrelated and short-term electoral gains. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Burnell? Thank you very much, Mr. Goss.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to go. Okay. I call on witness 1. Our next witness has requested to give evidence anonymously. Their evidence will be broadcast and entered into Hansard. I am, however, directing those present here today that no photos, videos or other recording may be taken for the duration of this witness's evidence. Failure to comply with this direction may be found to be a contempt of the Parliament. Thanks, witness 1.
Hello. I've asked to be anonymous because I am Jewish and I fear for my safety and security within my community should what I have to say be widely broadcast within my community and attached to my name. Today, I want to tell you all about an incident I experienced while volunteering for Zoe Daniels' campaign for Goldstein. While I experienced many instances of poor and problematic behaviour, there was one particular instance that I want to highlight here today. It happened while I was volunteering at the Brighton Early Voting Centre, St Stephen's Anglican Church. I was there when far-right provocateur Avi Yemeni arrived and planted someone in the voting line to accost and berate me while filming. As memories can be fickle things, I'll read for you verbatim a message that I sent to friends right after the incident occurred. It reads as follows. I was involved against my will in an Avi Yemeni stunt today. I don't think I gave him what he wanted, so it probably won't be published. But it was kinda scary. Someone in line to vote, a plant, asked me, "Have you heard what Zoe said about anti-Semitism?" And I said, "Yes, absolutely. I'm Jewish, so..." And he cut me off and said, "Oh, so you're a fuckwit then," really intensely. His tone totally changed from genuine to trying to create a reaction in me. The team around me was great, and I'm totally fine and handled it calmly, but yeah, wow, yikes, end message. The 2025 election was my first time volunteering for a campaign, and it is worrying to think of the number of passionate volunteers for any candidate who no longer want to volunteer due to experiences like this. In many ways, I was really lucky. The intention was to record a strong reaction from me in order to try and show the Zoe Daniel campaign in a negative light. But it didn't work. I was fortunate that day to have a great team around me, the support of other voters, strangers in the line, and managed to contain myself to not give the sort of reaction that they were looking for. Not everyone will have been so lucky. It is those without that sort of support who are in need of it most. I don't know how to stop provocateurs trying to disrupt the election process. However, I have some suggestions for perhaps how to help at a higher level. I ask the committee to consider the pros and cons of restricting the ability to campaign near polling booths to nominated volunteers of candidates, similar to the way scrutineers are nominated. I support the calls made earlier today for a mandatory candidate code of conduct to give us something to point at and say was broken. I support the forming of a new body alongside the AEC to have jurisdiction over campaign activities outside of the 6-metre boundary at polling booths. And I strongly support truth in political advertising being the law, like it is in South Australia, to help lower the heat during an election period. Thank you.
Thank you, Witness 1. Do we have any questions?
I'll ask a question.
Sure.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm sorry that you experienced that, that you had that experience. When you were approached by Avi Yemeni, presumably he had a cameraman with him?
Yeah, so I wasn't actually approached by Avi Yemeni. Avi was behind the line,
right.
And the camera person was behind the line from where I was standing, and the line was moving between myself and Avi and the camera person.
Okay, so you were probably outside the 6-metre line.
Oh, yeah, we were all outside the 6-metre line, yes.
Right. And this was happened at a pre-poll?
This was at Brighton pre-poll, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I guess to protect people from this, because I think probably lots of people experience unpleasant sort of intrusions related to media people being at pre-poll and approaching people, sometimes in ways that, you know, they would prefer they not be approached. Should we be putting limits on the media's activities or the volunteers' activities?
Perhaps we should be putting limits on the media activities. I hadn't fully thought that point through, more that I was just thinking about what would have happened or what could have happened if I didn't have the team that I had around me. and how to support the volunteers of smaller campaigns that don't have that team around them.
Thank you.
Really appreciate the time that you've given us today and for the courage to give evidence before the committee. That goes to everyone here today. Thank you for your time. I've recognised some people being here since the very beginning. And as I said earlier, I'm pretty confident that we'll come back to Melbourne next time round. So if you haven't been able to give evidence verbally today, you can do so again in the new year. But of course, please also consider giving a written submission. It being exactly 3 p.m, I declare the public hearing closed. Thank you for your time today.